Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the EURASIA live stream. G'day, Shana. How are you? Darkfield Carnivore. Always a pleasure, mate. Question. G'day, Jonathan. I think you've gone to the gym, haven't you? Anyway, maybe looking at another surgery this year. I get MRI results on Wednesday. Any different advice or the same protocol as before? Same protocol as before. So just to protect yourself, taurine. We know when it comes to MRIs, when it comes to radiation of any sort, chemo, it's all protective. It's actually been shown in research, both in humans for certain types of radiation, but it should be pretty much for all of them because they all cause some level of oxidative stress, and that's what it deals with. So it's pretty much the same info on that front when you get into these machines, scanners. There's always a bit of a concern with the dyes that they use with the MRIs. The other one with the CAT scans, even though you get more radiation, they break down. The MRI ones are, we're still, there's question marks how they clear out and all that. It's something that I'm investigating, but I haven't really, I haven't come up with a definitive protocol for specifically MRIs yet that I'm confident with. So it's a work in progress because there's nothing out there. I'm just trying to understand trying to see it not from a biochemistry view, from a physics view, and whether from sort of like a nuclear decay type thing for some of these ions that seem to get deposited in some of the tissue. So still working it out. Haven't really come up with a proper solution because there's no experimental evidence out there. They have done no studies. I can't believe that MRIs have been around for so long and they still haven't done any studies. So anyway, it is what it is. Tom, 6 years going to anxiety, bad sleep and dreams, nervousness, tired, many things. Nothing helps. Okay. Drop me a line. Send me an email and actually put down exactly your what you're eating, stuff like that, to really cover everything, any medication, everything that you're taking. So whether there's any strange interaction that's actually happening, Tom. So, and I haven't actually seen you before, so maybe you're new. You may not be aware that that taurine helps with calming the nervous system down in terms of the parasympathetic, and also it increases GABA-A. But then again, you need to talk with me to make sure you're not on any medication that's going to interact with that sort of stuff. So keep that in mind. And this is more of a consultancy thing, and I don't do consultancies, so I will reply to your email when I get a chance. If you want something quicker, you may consider Bart K as somebody to consult with. Anyway, let's move on. Jenna, good morning to you as well. Stefan, always a pleasure, mate. Tom. Richard, you're still up. Well, it is only 8 o'clock in New Zealand, so you would be still up for the time being, that is. And Remikla, You never sleep, from what I've noticed. You're always around. Yeah, do consider sleep important. Don't completely neglect it. Hello, Kitty. Hello. And thanks for that other stuff. Yeah, that could help. But at the same time, you got to know exactly what his situation is. So he can drop you a line or consider consulting with, you know, with Bart K. And if he's done any genetic tests, he should be providing me with some of that information so I can actually check his panels. Anyway, Martin, did Indigenous people consume eggs in big quantities? Not really. No. There have been some that have been known in the Amazon to steal eggs all year round and consume them. But the majority of Indigenous populations, no. It's more of a modern thing. Well, it's not exactly modern. It's been around, humans in Southeast Asia in particular, but in many parts of the world, the Mediterranean, Southeast Asia, China, many parts of the world, not so much in Africa, but many parts outside Africa have now been consuming eggs for quite a few thousand years with no real problems. And it's only in the modern era where we've seen a rise in sensitivities, food sensitivities, and they are more to do with, the glyphosate and a lot of other derangements of the gut microbiome and a whole lot of other issues that have compounded the situation and made things worse. Generally speaking, our immune function in our gut has been quite compromised compared to indigenous populations or past traditional populations, and so most of the issues, modern issues with eggs, are more related to that than actually eggs themselves. But no, there's been varied, eggs like dairy is more recent, a couple of thousand years. Some populations can tolerate them better than others. And have no problems whatsoever. And as I said, there are some indigenous populations in Amazon that have, let's say, thieved from the birds, from different birds, and not only from birds, but also from reptiles, like, the sort of alligator types and stuff like that, have robbed their eggs as well, and turtles and all sorts of other things. So most indigenous people do not eat one type of egg. They tend to eat varied types of eggs, the ones that do consume them more often. So it's, a bit different in that regard. And I think, yes, the boron video for Martin. He's asking that. Okay, thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it. And what was that one that Richard's put up? Oh, the choline. Yep. Yep, that's the one I use as well. So it is a quite a big container in that regard. Anyway, let's move on. Hello, Scotty. Thoughts on nose bending near odors from choline? Mhm. You're a bit like that K bloke. He seems to react to a lot of things. I'm just kidding. Don't know. Can't really tell you, Richard. Can't really tell you. I've never had somebody actually ask me a question like that. Lilith, how are you? Good morning, how are you? All good here. Just wondering what I can do to help. My skin is very dry, eating all the fat and taurine. Sometimes it can be a deficiency. Some people with the salvage pathway, it seems like the Sirtuins and the may sometimes tend to use more of the metabolites, the nice and the B, the NAD metabolites, and so you end up getting through the PARPs and through the Sirtuins, and it may actually reduce the amount of nicotinamide coming through the salvage pathway, which is really useful for, it really plays a big role for skin hydration, holding on to moisture, skin moisture. So if you don't have enough of it, then that can have an effect on and some people seem to require more than others. It's one of those things. It's and if they're using more, they require more NAD, they may be actually having less, and through some of the other pathways that are also using some of these metabolites, you may end up with slightly reduced amount of nicotinamide. But then again, nicotinamide is also in things like eggs. So if you're eating enough eggs, you should be technically getting enough. So it's, or you can just supplement. So in some supplements, it's the cheap supplements that usually say like, it's either down as nicotinamide or, and this, we're not talking about the NMN or the NR, because that's further up. That's a metabolite of niacin. It's further up. It's not part of the salvage, the end product of the salvage pathway. So nicotinamide, it also can be shown as niacinamide, is the other word for it. So you'll see it, and it usually is the cheapo, the cheap version of B3. So it does have benefits. And I have no idea why some people actually end up with more via the salvage pathway or not. I think it's just the Sirtuins and the PARPs. But I've never found any experimental evidence in humans, but neither in rats that I've come across yet, that basically sort of put the wrong way around. That sort of explains whether it's a more of a hypothesis of mine than proof in that regard. Let me just see. This is the one. This is in Australia. I don't know whether you can get this brand, but at least you can get the details from it, Lilith. So if you look at the actual details, you'll actually see that it says nicotinamide. Now, niacinamide is the other name for it, but I can't remember exactly what is there's something additionally attached to it, but I just can't remember, and that's why they use the other name. This one is more similar to what comes out of the salvage pathway, so I prefer this to other supplements of this variety. Anyway, so that's that. Anyway, move on. Tom. So you've had it, yeah. So that's look. I'm not a big subscriber. If you're consuming enough, there's two enzyme pathways, and they both are B for energy production, both B1 or thiamine dependent. And the reality is they're rate limited. So just pushing more through isn't going to necessarily fix. If that's the problem, it should be fixed pretty quickly, especially in the high doses. Some people have, for some reason, they are using it for a whole lot of other processes, and so you just need a bit more, and it usually then sorts itself out. And usually things like piggy is very high in thiamine, one of the best sources out of most foods, and then the other one is tuna. So if you're having a bit of piggy and tuna, you should be getting enough in the diet. It's usually other issues, or it's usually certain interactions. Sometimes even with supplements, you may be taking some nutraceutical, which you're not aware of, and you may go, ugh, and that may be interacting with some compound in your diet. And that's why I mean everything. You have to tell me everything that you're taking, all the supplements, all the nutraceuticals. Some people take nutraceuticals and they may have certain genes, and they really react badly to those so-called brain nootropics. Some nootropics for the brain are not a good idea for some people with certain genes. So there's those sort of things. So I need to be aware. Sometimes the best thing is just to take everything out, go back to basics, and then put things in and see what happens. So that's it. That's the other option you can take, Tom. Same here, Jenny. Good to have you here. Anika, it's always nice to see you around as well. DC, good to see you, mate. It's been a while since I've seen you, and even on the Zoom thing as well. So, Hunter, you must be new. Haven't seen you before. Thank you for subscribing and joining this group. I go back and forth with SAD and Carnivore. Yeah, that doesn't really help. On SAD, my poo is fine. On Carnivore, it's 100% chronic diarrhea. I want to go back to Carnivore, but struggle with diarrhea. Is it a gallbladder or something? It usually is a gallbladder issue. The problem is that you usually have a very good Carnivore diarrhea can be two things: a gut dysbiosis, and usually by taking something like doing milk kefir for a period of time and putting back the bifidobacteria and the lactobacillus strains usually fixes that. If you only put back some of the others and do like kefir and some of the other supplements like taurine, choline, and all that, that may fix some of these issues, but then it may swing over to constipation. You've got to put back some of the additional strains of a particular lactobacillus under those sort of. That's one thing that can actually happen, and that happened with one person, and she got her situation sorted out. Other people, the other common one is that you've got a gallbladder issue, and so, or maybe even you're not producing enough bicarbonates out of the actual pancreas for whatever reason. It could be related to gallbladder sludge that's gone in there and caused some derangements in your basically pancreas. That's another possibility. And so if you're not producing enough bile and you're not producing enough of the stuff that's required to lower the acidity level. So if you've got really good stomach acid and your food, once it's been processed in the stomach after a couple of hours, starts coming into the small intestine and you don't get enough bicarbonates and bile salts, which are more alkaline to lower the actual pH, what happens is the body will flood with fluid the actual, and this is where fiber can actually play a role because it holds on to fluid, and sort of and can sort of mitigate some of this effect. It also prevents but also causes malabsorption, which is the other problem. So you can't win. So it will actually increase the pH in the stomach, which means you won't actually absorb or break down the meat as well, which then means that you'll have malabsorption issues because of the fiber. But then it provides more fluid to buffer the actual the acid. On the other hand, if you have diarrhea, it actually puts in more fluid to buffer it. This is to protect the lining of the gut from damage. So it's a protective mechanism that happens. Now, most of us, have been doing for a very long time low-fat diets or vegetarian or vegan diets, not eating enough fat, not getting our pancreas to work properly and our gallbladder to work properly. And then we go to carnivore diet too quickly and don't transition slowly and don't work on the gallbladder. So you should consider things like using carbs that are don't go back to a sad diet. Try and use some carbs like, things like zucchini, cucumber, things like that. None of the oxalate stuff like spinach and that crap, but things like others that help, like, kosh lettuce and stuff like that, which can sort of reduce. It's not as inflammatory as a sad diet, and allows you to slowly transition while you work on fixing up your gallbladder with choline, taurine, and milk thistle. So that's what your aim should be, to try and fix and get the gallbladder functioning properly. Usually once you get rid of a lot of this sludge, you get rid of a lot of this either sludge or gallbladder stones or stuff like that. It's usually sludge, I find, with these sort of circumstances. Severe diarrhea usually tends to be sludge more than stones, and so it actually is more persistent because of that. I had something similar, so it's annoying, I know, but that's unfortunately what happens sometimes. That's where it comes from, and that's where the problem lies. So yes. Anyway, when should I take citrulline, leucine, taurine on days with training and on days when I'm fasting? Okay. So when you are training, citrulline half an hour before you train, taurine 90 minutes before training, and leucine I usually recommend half an hour after training, and then having a meal, sort of to amplify everything in that regard. Unless you're basically going to be doing fasted training. And if you're doing fasted training, you need to basically take 1 gram of leucine only, and only that, to increase the cellular cleanup. It's the video that I need to make, to explain some of the mechanisms in that. So 1 gram only in a fasted state is what you take with leucine. And taurine, when I'm fasting, I usually take about I drop down to about 2 grams rather than my 6, and I take 1 gram leucine and citrulline, about 2 grams, and that's what I do. And every 3 days, depending on how long I'm fasting, I always take a B complex as I go into it. Usually I do that, all these things, and then I basically do a 24-hour dry fast. And then after that, I may continue it, or I may switch slightly to a 1 episode when I'm taking these supplements, having a bit of water, a bit of hydration, not a lot, a bit of Evian water. So just to basically increase fat oxidation and also get more deuterium depleted water. So, yeah, that's how I sort of do it. So it depends on what you're doing and all that. And usually if I'm taking if on a training, I'd take 2 grams, and then I'll take 4 grams later with the leucine and then the meal. So to lower myostatin and amplify protein synthesis, and then give it the stuff that it needs. Because that's the thing that really it helps. Anyway, what are Muslims and Jews historically eat pork? The reason was, would there be a problem with pork being the main protein, or does it lack something compared to beef and lamb? Not really. It probably has slightly less iron and in that regard, and slightly less B12, but not like massively. It's not a deal breaker. And there are many populations, longevity populations, that have consumed it for a very long time. But in a desert environment, pigs, especially wild pigs, they tend to go into water holes and stuff like that, and contaminate the water. And that's the problem, that so it's this, even before Islam existed, even before the Jewish faith existed, pork was disliked within the Horn of Africa, North Africa, and the Middle East for those purposes. Those areas are either desert or semi-arid regions where water supply is critical and precious. As a consequence, pigs fouling up water supply can be a problem. That is why they didn't like and eliminated a lot of the wild pigs in these sort of regions. And then it just became, a bit of it's a bit like circumcision. Even the Orthodox Christians in Ethiopia circumcise. Other Orthodox Christians don't. Now, why do they do? Because it's their tradition. It predates Christianity, predates Islam, it predates Judaism. It's just basically in those sort of societies where there was sort of higher humidity in the past. Because remember, people seem to forget that there was much higher humidity and much more rainfall in these environments in the past than what it is today. And so those populations also are more susceptible to sexually transmitted diseases. And when a male is circumcised, they have less, and you've got less water to wash in particular. So circumcised penis will mean that you'll have less bacterial or viral load under the skin. So it sort of reduces. I mean, we've even noticed it in Africa, in regions where there's HIV, there was less transmission amongst populations that had circumcision, circumcised populations. So, yes, so it does work. And that's why it was actually implemented in those regions a long time ago. And it's remained through the traditions and adopted by the faiths in those traditions. Anyway, what do you think about iodine supplementation? Ken Berry says that 3 drops of Luga 5% solution is no problem, as that means about 15 milligrams of iodine, which is about the average daily intake in Japan. Look, I've never been a subscriber of very high unless there is a therapeutic reason for it. So you can get more than enough from eggs and a number of other animal sources in that regard. So, but at the same time, it's not going to kill you if you're actually, let's say you've been exposed to a lot of things like fluorides and a number of other halogens that are basically having a negative effect on your thyroid. Using iodine supplementations can actually improve the functioning of the thyroid and the general body under those sort of circumstances. Also, one must not neglect selenium, because it is another cofactor and it is required. And when you've got more iodine in the system, your selenium requirements go up as well. So just keep that in mind, and vice versa. Yes, I know. Yes, she's been doing the Serpanos protocol, and she's getting much better. She nearly lost her eyesight as well, but now her eyes, as you can see, she's much, much better. And I'm happy for you and your mum. Anyway, is there any problem or concern with ground beef? Not really. My only concern is in some countries, certain chemicals are being put in the actual ground beef. Now, I've got no problems with salt. I've got no problems with even nitrates. I mean, most plants and vegetables and stuff like that have got far more nitrates than even what they put in ground beef. So, let's get over that one. And that's a whole lot of nonsense as well. And I've actually shown in a cancer model, a rat cancer model, they gave it bacon with nitrates, and it actually had more therapeutic effect than some of the other stuff that didn't have nitrates. So it just blew that whole theory out of the water about nitrates causing cancer or stuff like that. Just absolute garbage. So I wouldn't worry about that at all. But in recent times, some people have told me, I haven't investigated, so I can't actually confirm or deny, that certain other chemicals are being put into ground beef. So, and then there's one other issue that some people are concerned about, that some companies are putting, both in ground beef and their general meat, they're putting some water, additional water. They're squeezing in additional water, and they're concerned about it increasing slightly the deuterium levels. It will slightly, but not massively. Like it won't get to levels of sugar as well, but it's not, still annoying. It's the more cheaper meat. And you'll notice that it's quite, when you actually cook it, a lot of fluids come out. So even though they put a lot of that water in, a lot of it gets lost anyway. So yes, you're welcome, mate. Rick. How do we get boron on carnivore diet? Look, we actually, the best sources are crustaceans. People have always asked me, how did our ancestors in the glacial periods get boron? Simple. Crustaceans. The N15 data, the archaeological data, actually shows, this is for those who don't understand what the N15 data is. N15, nitrogen 15, usually indicates that the source comes from an animal source, the protein source. Okay, you're eating an animal source. Nitrogen 14 is from a plant source. What tells you that it comes from a ruminant animal is they look at delta 13, which means that delta 13 goes up if the animal is a ruminant that is eating grass. That means C4, carbon 4 grass, which has got that isotope. So they're looking at isotope analysis, the archaeologists, to work out exactly what do people eat, or what did our ancestors eat. And when we look at those isotopes, we find very high delta 13 and very high N15, which pretty much means that in the glacial periods, we were hypercarnivores. That means we were even consuming other carnivores. We were just the apex predator. And the interglacial periods, we were consuming some plants because animals the climate increases, especially the last 20,000 years. It gets warmer, animals get leaner. So we start, having to look for additional energy sources. start consuming a few tubers, a few plants seasonally, which also engages the Randall cycle, especially fructose, to produce additional fat storage for a rainy day when we have less. But primarily also, we also find out in these N15, these isotope analysis, that there is a certain amount of crustaceans and seafood. It's usually coastal or river, depending where these people are located. And what they're actually consuming is certain crustaceans and stuff like that. And crustaceans in particular are very high in minerals, including trace minerals like boron and many others. Sometimes some of these populations had very high intake of boron, others had much lower intake, depending on the environment. That means the crustaceans are in a riverbed, and depending on whether under that riverbed there are certain minerals that can actually seep into the river, and those minerals have more boron or less boron, or any sort of material, whether it's more selenium. There are regions in the world that are selenium poor and others that are very high in selenium. So you're going to end up with some level of toxicity. So there's all these variations around the planet. From animal sources, when you get it, you usually get it in a more measured level. The concentration doesn't go too high. Usually animals have got gallbladders and they've got mechanisms to excrete excess levels. Even we, manganese and many other minerals that we can actually excrete through the bile. So if we don't have a good functioning bile or gallbladder or liver, then we may have difficulty excreting heavy metals and some of these minerals, which we may get in excess sometimes from the diet. So that's another issue in itself. If you're trying to basically, let's say, trying to normalize your hormones, I usually have a protocol where I say to people, take boron supplementation, 12 milligrams for 1 week, drop to 9 the second week, drop to 6 the third week, and drop to 3 after that for 2 months, and that's it. And the rest you'll get trace minerals and all that. That's just to bring your status up and also to fix any hormonal sort of issues. Taking it at a higher dose than 3 for too long, and that's like a cup 2 plus avocados equivalent, may also bleed through your levels of potassium and magnesium, and cause you a mild deficiency in both those minerals if you're taking boron over 3 milligrams for a very long period of time. So you've got to be very careful. I do have a video. It's been put by somebody, I can't remember who, I think it was Scotty, in the actual live stream. So go and check that out, and that you'll get the information in regards to that. But usually, yes. And that's why I also recommend people eat some seafood and crustaceans and stuff like that. Mussels. I know Hello Kitty loves her mussels. She buys mussels on a regular basis and consumes them and gets a lot of different trace minerals. So that's an option for many people. Anyway, no, they're not problematic. As I said, there's a study that actually shows it actually impedes cancer, the bacon with the nitrates. So yeah, it blows that whole stupid hypothesis out of the water, which is just based on epidemiological claptrap associated data, and associations does not prove causation. And this is a mechanistic study where they induced cancer in the rats and then gave it bacon, regular supermarket bacon, and it was the best inhibitor of the colon cancer that they had actually caused with some sort of compound. So that's pretty much done and buried. Anybody that haven't seen that video, just check my earlier videos and you'll find it. It's usually the PUFA ones, because I did a lot of the PUFA that are related around that. Yes, unfortunately, some of my titles weren't the best titles. Yes, I have improved a bit. My titles now for my videos are a bit better than what they used to be. Yes. Anyway, shit happens. It means you have to hunt it down to find it. More viewing for me Is that right? Jonathan. Yes, hit the like and support Roy. That's it. Yes, the Roy glasses. As yes, it's a running comedy on my show for those who are new. And some call me Uncle Harry as well. Anyway, I'm taking 50 milligrams of B1 daily. Cheap stuff, nothing like the cheap stuff. And it seems to improve my sleep. Any concerns long time intake? Not really. Not really. It's one of those, thiamine isn't really a big problem. It gets cleared. I get more concerned if people are taking high doses for a long period of time of B6. Yes, when you oxalate dumping, it's a good idea to take it. But, and I usually recommend no more than 50 milligrams, or if they can get 25, even better, because it does stay in the system up to 33 days. So, different things. Pantothenic acid actually stores, which can be a problem and can cause insomnia. So that's another thing. People may be taking a B complex every day and may end up inducing insomnia. That's the other thing I think Martin was asking. Maybe that's his issue. So if you're taking a B complex and you've been taking it in high doses for more than 3 months, you may have induced your insomnia from too much pantothenic acid. It affects these cells in the back part when there's too much in the system, or in the brain in particular. So that's another thing that many people are unaware of. Anyway, yes, I do. Thank you for putting that up. And is there a specific brand of choline? Yep, that was actually put up by, I think Richard put that up. Yep. So that's covered as well. That saves me having it. Here it is. Thank you, Richard. And there's a study 2017 showing much higher impact of grilling, frying on histamine production in pork compared to beef. Maybe some people have problems with pork due to preparation method. Yeah, it could be. It could be. You never know. So there's a lot of nuancing stuff. I have done a recent histamine video, and I cover a number of things that probably, it's sort of a more pretty comprehensive things in there. Now, I don't cover the retinol stuff at all in that. And the reason for that, why I don't cover it, is because we get enough of these compounds, a couple of compounds, and we get enough from the diet. So if you eat a couple of eggs, you eat some animal fats, you should get enough for the requirements. The bigger issue is with stabilizing mast cells is usually vitamin D more than the others. Just keep that in mind. Yep. Yips. One doctor, Nathan Bryan, stated that green leafy vegetables are important for the intake of sufficient nitrates to build nitric oxide. Bullshit. Where to? Simple. No, it's not from cured meats. What does nitrates to? Nitrates, citrulline. Actually, citrulline is also produced in the actual at the kidney level. But what do these all things produce? Nitric oxide. And the main, what do they produce? What's the main thing that's required for nitric oxide in the bloodstream? Arginine. What's the best source of arginine? Meat. Meat is the best source of arginine. So while nitrates can produce some, and some of the nitrates in green leafy vegetables can also produce some, the big thing is pretty much arginine. So if you're eating enough, you should produce enough. Now, if you want as I've said, if you want a Viagra type effect, this is for the gents out there, all the ladies who want their husband to have a stronger erection, 6 grams of L-citrulline 30 minutes prior to hanky-panky, and he should be good to go, ladies. So, yes, that should get a big vasodilation, a big boost in nitric oxide, and yes, and good performance, in that area. So, much better than what you'd get from green leafy vegetables, or you'd have to eat quite a lot of steak to get the same boost compared to the supplement. Anyway, hi, Percello, how are you? Hi, Harry. Wonderful to hear you again. I've just been listening to your lives from some hours ago, but going on with one now. What is your email, please, if I would like to reach out to you? Thanks. It's the Proton one. Richard, you're still here? Can you drop my email, the Serpanos at protonmail.com in the chat? I would appreciate that. Thank you. Do you recommend any books about hunter-gatherers or Indigenous people? I've only read Weston A. Price, Stefansson books. Yeah, look, it's not an area. I sort of research more on N15 data, different population groups. I actually get through academia sort of subscription. I usually get a whole lot of studies on N15, so I actually ask for specific type of studies. Some of the geological evidence and stuff like that I get through Geospatial Australia, being a cartographer, which is part of the engineering sort of field. We're all affiliated and are able to access some of the stuff, the research in that area for free, which is good. And I usually get that sort of stuff. I have used some of it. I think the last one that I actually used was on Bark Caves. That was quite a while ago, and that was on the carbon isotopes from ruminant animals have been declining, and the carbon isotopes from shale oil and gas have been increasing. That's what's increasing in the atmosphere, not cow burps. So even on that, they got it all wrong. And that's on the Odyssey site of Bark Caves, where I actually present the evidence for all that. So, yep, that's nonsense as well. And apparently they can give them now some seaweed that actually takes it even further down than what the current, not that it's a problem, it's just a problem in people's imaginations. I mean, if these models cannot model most things, and it would take, based on fluid dynamics, the entire length of the time of the universe squared to do 10-year predictions, you pretty much can write it off as basically a propaganda model. Anyway, and if anybody wants to debate me on that, I'm more than willing. Have you ever looked into pinhole glasses? Can the regular use really improve eyesight? The thing that I know that actually improves eyesight, the highest concentration of any tissue in the body of taurine is your eyes. So if you reduce the glycation or the fibrotic tissue in the eyes, usually a lot of issues go away. And it also can reduce the blood pressure like you get from glaucoma type pressure as well, because it's an osmolyte. It regulates fluids and pressure of different systems. So, yeah, tends to be not a non-issue. Yep. Okay. Yep. More comments. Unless there's a queue, I would not answer. Dylan, how are you, mate? Oops. Nearly overshot. Stop. How are things? Harry? Yeah, not too bad, mate. Been a bit stressful with the old boy being hit by a car and thrown about 3 meters. He's 88.5, but not a bone broken, not heavily bruised, but not even a fracture. Yeah. The taurine, the leucine, the additional protein seems to do wonders. Try telling that to doctors. They just look at you in a strange way. It's like those animals in the middle of the street and they see the lights and they just freeze. It was funny to look at their sort of facial expressions. But anyway, one must enjoy oneself in the company of ideologues and brainwashed physicians. Anyway, why do some animals like bears and pigs eating their natural diets seem to be very parasite prone? It's not only them, humans are as well. The Tasmania people in the Amazon, they actually are riddled with high levels of parasites. And they have one of the lowest LDLCs recorded amongst every single population on this planet. And the reason is when your immune system is fighting off these things, you can use a lot of LDLC for that reason. That's why populations that tend to have an ApoE of 4.4, the thing that, well, Dave Feldman has got 4.3, which is one of the subclasses of the 4.4. It's considered the Alzheimer's one, but it actually also is very protective against parasites and stuff like that. So it gives a much robust immune system. So again, we need to basically realize that it depends on the environment and exposures and stuff like that. Some environments tend to be more conducive, and so some animals in some environments will tend to have more, others will tend to have less. It can vary between species, even species of pigs as well. So pigs are one of the animals that have got one of the best detox capabilities and it's probably one reason why they've got low deuterium as well. So the pretty impressive animal in the ability to clean out things. So, but yeah, for us humans can sometimes be an issue. So cooking the meat is important if it's a wild source. If it's from modern agriculture, it's less of a problem. So, but yeah, on the natural diet, yes, they can, depending on the environment, they can have different types of parasites as well. And some of them tend to be also immune and all that. But it's not, every animal, sheep get parasites and we have to give them certain chemicals to kill the parasites off. Goats do as well, but probably goats less than any animal. So, so do cows and, so it's not particular them only. It varies. I think even like buffalo has less, but the environments that buffalo find themselves in, certain dry grasslands, tend to have less parasites anyway, so it's less of a problem. Where certain bison, in European bisons, had far more parasites because they were in environments that were wetter. So wetter environments tend to also have more parasites, like the Amazon as well. So depends on the environment more than anything else. Then, it's nothing to do with the diet. Anyway. Whoops, that took a bit of time. What the hell? Yes. On YouTube, there are plenty of videos stating that you can improve sleep with delta waves or white noise or red noise, etc. Is this working in your opinion? There are anecdotes that have helped some people. I haven't looked into it, so I don't know enough about it. I don't think we as a human species ever, any of my ancestors, required to have delta waves or white noise or red noise. It seems like the majority of people that do get some support tend to have some neurological impairment or some issue that hasn't been resolved, and seem to get some benefit by either affecting the way the expression of your parasympathetic in particular, but also maybe affecting and reducing the amplification of the sympathetic nervous system. So these things may help modern people who are in more stressful environments and all that. But in more traditional environments, this was less of a problem. So they didn't really need any of these modern day things. On the other hand, certain foods, if you're having a diet that is much richer in animal foods, in particular taurine, that actually does lower, it reduces cortisol, it increases GABA ray, it calms the system and increases the parasympathetic nervous system. And also that recent video that I showed, an increase in protein. So if you do these therapeutic ketogenic diets with very low protein levels, you may get in a situation where you have slightly elevated cortisol levels, where if you eliminate that problem and eat good levels of 25% or more of protein, you tend to not have those problems. The more protein you consume, as that video recently that I made actually does have an effect on the cortisol levels, does lower them. So yeah, I think that's the problem. I think recently I just put up a post on the community page, Macola, and he's gone nonsensical on carbs as well recently. And pretty much Dr. Baker has actually shown that there is research showing something completely different. And I think on a carnivore diet than a basic traditional ketogenic diet, he tended to do a ketogenic diet that was more plant-based or plant-orientated. Yeah, that's not going to have enough protein. And that, yes, may end up running higher cortisol. Well, what happens in a fasted state? You're running high cortisol. And if you're doing a fasting mimicking diet, you're going to be running high cortisol levels. Simple as that. Well, don't eat more protein, eat more meat. You're going to have less of those problems. So, yeah. Do you need all these fancy whiz bang stuff? Yeah, not really convinced. They may help some people, is what all I'm saying, who are already got quite a few issues, and maybe helping them, but doesn't really. It's again like a band-aid solution rather than a proper solution, being on a species appropriate diet and fixing most of these things. I thought I'd put you to sleep, Richard. God. Well, I'll have to give up that job. Anyway, red fluid intakes is actually not blood or something like myoglobin. I've recently, well, yes and no. It's sort of a combination. There's still some blood there that comes out, depending on which part you cut. But generally, yes. G'day, Laurentium. I'm glad because I managed to catch the stream live for the first time. Well, I'm glad you're here as well, mate. And Up Syndrome, how are you, mate? He's doing much better. He's bounced back quite a bit. He's still, his leg, I mean, what was it, yesterday, it sort of seized up, and his next door neighbor had to he actually had to limp home with the help of his next door neighbor. So she was really nice to help him out. So anyway, so that's something. So his ligaments have been stretched a bit, and he was shaken and stirred. Yes, he had one of those 007 experiences, being hit by a crazy four-wheel drive and thrown 3 meters, but breaking no bones or fracturing anything. How do you do that at 88.5? Oh, I know. Taurine, leucine, and more meat. Yes, yes. The old magic stuff, the animal stuff. Can histamines contribute to constipation? Yeah, potentially. Yeah, both constipation and diarrhea. Yes, they may be, but remember, they also have some benefits in helping improve the gut microbiome. And some of those beneficial bacteria that are in kefir can actually help lower ultimately that problem. Remember the video that I actually did a while ago covering, and I actually, in the recent histamine one, I also put it up. It's in the description. It's the one on the metabolite that helps, which is basically taurine. It sort of lowers histamines through inflammasome and AMP. And basically by reducing spermidine, you reduce the amount of bacterial overgrowth, particularly of the nasties. So yeah, it sort of suppresses a lot of that and brings it back to a non-deranged state. So yeah, that's all I'm saying is question Umad or Tumad, historically appropriate. Should we consume most of our protein in one meal, as Bart suggests? I do a different thing than Bart. I do one big meal like he does in the afternoon, and I do a smaller meal that contains at least 30 grams of protein, and I usually take it with taurine at the same time. That's my earlier taurine. And so I usually get 30 plus, and I make sure, because it's sort of a biltong and a few other things, and it tends to, and a bit of yogurt. Sometimes, most of the time I don't. I usually have yogurt later in the evening. Depends, but yeah, but pretty much I will have like a smaller meal either later, really later, or earlier, depending how I feel. And I have one main meal. So it's sort of it's not exactly too mad. It's sort of like one big meal and one snack. So the snack usually is about 11 o'clock and the big meal is about 3 o'clock. So that's usually the sort of way I eat. Currently, I'm eating earlier, like around 2-ish. Today we actually had close to 3. Me and Dad, he's getting into my habits, so that's fine. He's sort of shifted his eating pattern a bit as well to synchronize with me, since I'm doing most of the chores. So he's got no option, and he doesn't mind it. But yeah, he does it in that way. As long as you get one big meal, you get enough of and I also, because I'm taking taurine in the evening, when I'm doing that, I'm inhibiting slightly myostatin, so I'm amplifying the effects of protein synthesis. And so I'm going to get a bigger sort of response, both of the insulin signaling plus, because even taurine has a bit of it can actually support some insulin signaling as well, in a different way to what leucine or mTOR does. So Yes. Anyway. So if one or the other works for you, that's fine. Vitamins for prostate, vitamin D, yes, definitely vitamin D and retinol. So eat some eggs and get out in the sun is pretty much the operative thing. Metaquinone 4, vitamin K2 is also very helpful for those sort of things. But the enzymes that actually, well, first of all, you've got derangement in collagen that can actually happen if you don't have enough retinol and enough vitamin D, in particular vitamin D in the prostate and the breast tissue and the lungs. Those tissues tend to be more the receptor sites of the collagen degrading enzymes. The matrix metalloproteinases tend to be regulated by those, by vitamin D primarily, and secondarily by retinol. And the same thing goes for the prostate and breast tissue. So for cell proliferation differentiation, so the regulation of that, definitely good vitamin D status plays a big role for prostate health. On the other coin, sort of, they also help with inhibiting the overexpression of matrix metalloproteinases that are produced in your liver, and they tend to, in excess, cause derangements, collagen derangements in those tissues and cause fibrotic formations. So it usually happens because of people, having inappropriate diets. They increase oxidative stress and they upregulate MMPs. So that's really what happens. So usually on a low carb, carnivore, keto type diet, MMP production goes down naturally. Endurance exercise is associated with higher visceral fat. Dr. Omar shows this with MRI scans. Is there some evolutionary adaptation like for persistent hunting? Actually, endurance exercise is not what our ancestors do. Endurance exercise is steady state cardio. That's what it is. And it actually causes left ventricular hypertrophy. That means it increases the growth and causes arrhythmia problems in the heart. Definitely isn't a good thing. And our ancestors did not live like that. Tom, what they did was they walk around. If you look at tribal people, they just walk out, which is low intensity, not steady state cardio, jogging and stuff like that, which is what endurance exercise usually is. And they will go out, and when they see an animal, they will walk behind it. And because of midday persistent hunters, because it's not just persistent hunters, they are midday. That's when the cats that can't sweat can't cause any problems to humans. And then when these animals get overheated and are unable to continue trying to get away from humans, they start, slowing down, and then humans will sprint in for the kill. That's what usually happens. So we are designed to walk and designed to sprint. We're not designed to do steady state cardio. And we're designed to lift things. So, weight bearing exercises help as well. Because what do people do once they've killed the animal? They have to take it back. And if they've walked for 4 hours, then they have to carry all that stuff back over 4 hours back to where the tribe is. Got it? So there can be quite a lot of physical effort, and that's weight-bearing exercises. So those are the things that our bodies are more designed. And historically, people, even before we started doing office work, the majority of work activity was walking, weight-bearing exercises, or in some cases having to sprint to deal with something. So this is the way people work. They didn't do steady state cardio. steady state cardio is contraindicated. So, yes, I'm not surprised that they do find higher visceral fat and a lot of other issues when it comes to steady state cardio. And I think people are confusing steady state cardio because some of these academics have never gone out to see actually how tribal people hunt. They got no idea. I do know, because a lady friend, she's out of Greece. She's an American academic, shacked up with a Greek bloke, and she basically does research, Mary Ruddock, and I've done some stuff with her in the past. Check the blue zones. We cover a lot of things there. And you'll see that there's quite a lot of information there. Got to finish this off. It's 7:13. I should have finished a bit earlier. I've been busy talking to you lovely people. Anika, 6 months ago, I quit vitamin D supplement. Started using Spurty vitamin D lamp. Good idea. My levels dropped from 2 and 35 and 37. I have enough sun fat too. But what the F is wrong with me? Okay. That seems a bit weird, because if you're basically getting a lamp and yeah, look, when it comes to lamps, I don't know enough. I'll be completely candid. I do not know enough. I know there are specific frequencies that can produce more vitamin D and other frequencies that can't. I have heard that from other people. I think something Primal Edge Health, the guy there, Tristan, he actually said something in regards to this a while ago. Some of the brands are not as good. So it may be due to the brand of lamp that you're using. Because normally what you do is, if you've got enough cholesterol in your body and producing enough, then that should go to and get bound to sulfur, and it creates a cholesterol sulfur, and that cholesterol sulfur then in the skin interacts with, obviously the UVB wavelengths, and then gets altered, changed into vitamin D sulfate, which is a water-soluble form of vitamin D. And technically speaking, when you've got a water-soluble vitamin D, you can't store it as well, so you will dump it. So any excess that you can't store just gets urinated out. But the levels would drop from that to that. Interesting. Really interesting, because that's quite low. You're in the low levels now, and that makes you more susceptible to respiratory infections and all sorts of things. Where I've had other people who don't even do lamps or supplementation, but they take in high amounts of, look, I don't know, look, a lot of people, look, what do you think? I never recommend anything that I haven't researched thoroughly, Anika, for the simple reason that a lot of people recommend all sorts of things, and they're getting paid, and in many cases they may not have even checked reviews to assess whether the product from third party is ethical. I've already been approached from a number of companies that want to basically, and even people that say, I subscribe to you, would you like to sell a product that I've got via your channel? And I've pretty much just declined. I've got a day job, I don't want to be beholden to any company or their products, to be honest. And if you read the fine print, you've got to be very careful. Some of the YouTubers don't, because they are ignorant of legal stuff, you should always read the fine print, and sometimes it actually gives them rights over your channel, to whether administrative rights or all sorts of things you can relinquish without even realizing. So people need to be very, very careful to read the fine print in that regard, or what they may be asking you to, how to promote things and all that. So, just because somebody in that community may have signed a contract and now are pushing something which maybe they don't even believe in. I don't know. I don't know anything about the product, so I can't talk about the product. You've had some anecdotal experience, and it hasn't really worked for you. So, yeah, where other people have used lamps and it has. But, there are different brands out there. So, anyway, you'll have to look into it and find out. You'll have to basically do a bit of a review and see whether you can find out more about, so I don't know enough about the lamps out there. I just take 5,000 IUs and keep it at that. In the winter, in part of the autumn, the late autumn and the early spring, and then through the late spring and summer and early autumn, I'm out in the sun all the time, so I usually get more than enough. So that's how I do it. But yeah, it's surprising. I'm quite shocked that there is such a vast difference. Yeah, and I know some other people that are basically don't even do the tablets, don't even do anything, and they just eat like certain fish and fish roe and other things, a whole lot of vitamin D type foods, like a lot of the Arctic people and people in those sort of regions. They tend to have fairly good vitamin D levels. So I'm quite surprised. For removing fibro clots from injections, all I can find, remove them. Lumbrokinase is what my father uses, because it doesn't interact with any medicine, doesn't interact with a lot of other things, so it's less problematic. Nattokinase is cheaper, but has more interactions than you can poke a stick at, and more issues associated with it. My grandma is suffering from V-induced clots. Will these break up and worsen health? Potentially could. It's very hard to say. My dad's got a similar problem, and he's now been like a year, and he's still got some swelling, hasn't completely gone away, hasn't completely eliminated. So we're going to try something different, a new fasting protocol, which should have out next week, and that will actually provide a new method of cleaning up cellular stuff inside the cell. So do wait for the new fasting video next week. It will cover some research which combines some German and American research, and I've sort of extrapolated from the two researchers and come up with a new protocol that will help with this issue as well. Lumbrokinase is still a good thing to use to clean up sort of stuff. It should be taken on an empty stomach first thing in the morning. Alex, I've talked about glycocalyx for ages. Little sugar molecules, things on your cells. It seems like they communicate and stuff like that between cells, neighboring cells and stuff like that. So remember, I usually talk about the pericellular matrix. You've heard me many times say that, and how they can actually also, through sulfonation, sulfur, to be bound to it, and then a negative charge that can be created and create a negative charge so things don't stick with each other. Oh, how to restore them? A carnivore diet, Alex, a carnivore diet. How to improve them? You really have to lower the level of glycation in the system, you know. So glycosylation of proteins is one thing. Too much glucose is not, and fructose is not a good thing. So especially fructose is really bad for glycocalyx. So yeah, we really need to keep the diet fairly clean to actually allow the body to heal and improve the glycocalyc sort of forest around the pericellular matrix of whether it's lipoproteins, the cells, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, yeah, I've covered that. Harry, I'm still confused about the function of reverse electron transport chain in mitochondria. Can you please elaborate more? Okay. There are certain type of fatty acids, specifically stearic and palmitic, sort of the oleic, which is sort of like a MUFA. So those ones which you find in things like primarily olive oil and stuff like that, they can induce a small amount of reverse electron transport. The one that actually increases substantially more than anything else is stearic acid. So it can be used as a biohack. You can get stearic acid supplementation to increase the reverse electron transport. And you can also use palmitate's the other one as well. Now, what do? When you have more of the free fatty acids coming into the system that have more stearic acid and palmitic acid, and they go into the mitochondria, what they do is they send a signal through ROS signaling. So they actually can tunnel back, force this sort of tunneling back signaling process of electrons through complex 1. And what they do is they induce a certain type of reactive oxygen species. So not all reactive oxygen species are bad. And the saturated fats that actually do that, what they do is they signal to the cell to basically cause the biogenesis of new mitochondria. That means to increase the amount of mitochondrial density inside the cell so you can actually produce more energy. And that's a pretty good thing. It also means through that, you can actually improve the production. Sometimes you'll have the mitochondria will fuse together or divide depending on a whole lot of, the amount already existing in there and stuff like that. And so they will improve their functions by fusing and then by dividing to produce more because there's only a certain amount you can actually have at any one time inside the cell. So they will go through these sort of things. It's quite a big rabbit hole to go down to explain the whole lot. That's for a complete video to really explain in detail. But in short, what they do is induce the signaling to tell the cell to increase the amount of mitochondrial density inside the cell, which means that you can actually then produce more energy. More energy means more healing. More energy also means, to be able to do more things. So that's pretty much it. So there are advantages. So not all reactive oxygen species are trying to kill you. Some reactive oxygen species are positive in terms of the type of signaling. They act as a signaling molecule to, improve energy production. So good thing. So not a bad thing. And that's what saturated fats can do for you. And it's one of the advantages of saturated fats, in particular, those specific types. And most fat that gets stored in your fat cells usually get stored as a carbon-16 palmitate, which also can induce, not to the level of stearic acid, but quite a lot. It's the second best. And that also can be split up into 4 ketone bodies, 4 carbon ketone bodies. So it's very useful material. Also plays a very important structural material all throughout the body through cellular structures. So it has a lot of, it's demonized palmitate, but it's just ridiculous. The body stores it in that format. And just because it stores it, for some reason, people have demonized it. It's just nonsense. Palmitate is the key component for lung surfactant. Without good lung surfactant, which is a combination of choline and palmitate, you cannot have good gas exchanges. What do you end up? Where you end up with things like bronchitis and asthma type structural asthma, as I call it, or, so it's not autoimmune based, which vitamin D and other issues like that. Because remember, lungs, the key vitamin that's actually involved in regulating some of these collagen enzymes and some of the others, key cofactor is vitamin D. So low vitamin D tends to cause, that's why asthma is associated with low vitamin D or vitamin D deficiency. So is things like, bronchitis and stuff like that, or general respiratory issues. So that's, so that's that. I think I've covered it. Yep. Phil the Meat, how are you, mate? Question: any advice from my hospital bed waiting triple heart bypass tomorrow morning? Damn, yes, not a good thing. I've been there and I know exactly what you're going through your head at the moment in that regard. But I would say the thing that I would use the most would be taurine. More than anything else, I'd be taking taurine more than anything else. But at the moment, because they will have you on certain medication, I would limit it to 6 grams and no more. So since if you're not on any blood pressure meds, you don't have to worry. Find out if they're pumping any of those medications into your system. If they are, you may have to go as low as 0.5 gram per meal to avoid any issues with the meds. So just keep that in mind. So that's the only thing. You're at this late stage. So that's what I would recommend in this stage. Yeah, good luck with it, mate. Take care. I was there about, what is it now, about 13 odd years ago. Cleaning up my diet, getting on taurine, and breaking down all the fibrosis after my heart attack. Mild, didn't kill me. And on top of that, changing to lower inflammatory eating, doing a sort of a deuterium depleted protocol type thing with high amounts of, piggy type fat, which has lower levels of deuterium. Certain waters that I used for a period of time, all that sort of lowering sort of helped sort of improve my general heart. And now I've got good blood perfusion, no fibrosis. And recently, as most people know, my older subscribers, they booted me out. I've been discharged officially. The first person. Most people get discharged to the grave, because they usually have a next one and whatever, because they're on seed oils and a whole lot of other crap, inflammatory crap. Yes. Good luck, mate. Take care. And hope you get well quick. Yeah, that's true. They do. They do. I had a Jewish friend years ago. He lives in Haifa, but haven't seen him for a number of years now. I was supposed to. I didn't get a chance to actually fly there because I was invited by the whole family. Because anyway, but it just didn't happen. Now it's just, yeah. When I was younger, I had a good friend. Let's put it that way. But Israel has changed a lot. I hear all sorts of crazy stories now. It's a very different place. Let's put it that way. Anyway, without going into the politics of Israel, is very much a divided society. Well, the Middle East, or in particular the sort of the areas of Judea, in particular, in the past, they used to have, but even the other areas, yeah, I think the other areas as well, had those sheep with those big fatty bits on the back, on the hind, the top there. Yes, so very fatty type fish. Lamb with those big hind sort of areas. So yeah, lamb. I think lamb and goat was sort of the two. I think lamb's the biggest one. Yep. Anyway, that's what I've used. Told me anyway. I don't know. I'm not a native. What about taking kelp? Is that the iodine thing? Oh well, you can. I think some people. What is it called? There's a name for it. It's a salt, and it's a salt and kelp thing. I think it's sea salt and kelp. I can't remember what they call it, but you do find brands like that can help. And they have also trace minerals, which are important and all that. But I always like people to combine some eggs to get some of the 7:30. Got to drink this. Here goes. Should have cleaned that up earlier. Forgot. Yeah, so that's it. Food for the day of any sort. Yeah, so yeah, that's probably one way of going. Thoughts on overlords talking about putting the mRNA in meat and other foods. Well, they won't put it in the foods; they'll be putting it into the animals. I consider that as animal abuse, but you won't see the vagoons running up and down and jumping up. They'll say, "Vax them, vax them, vax them." You know. So yeah, well, that's unfortunate that it is happening. It's not happening everywhere, but it is. Obviously, if you cook the meat, you will break those things down. Those proteins will come into your stomach. If you've got good stomach acidity, you'll break them down. So it's a non-issue. It's not like you're injecting it into your body. Those protein structures will be broken down in an acidic stomach. So it's a non-issue. But I feel for the animals, it's going to cause them health problems and stuff like that. Again, idiots. This technology is far too problematic. It was in oncology, and after 2 years, people were vacating the planet. It's called death. And I think I actually showed people ages ago a video in the COVID playlist, which covers some of that information in terms of the oncology and a website, doctors advising their patients that have taken this technology. So this has had problems. This was for the big end of big pharma to recoup the money that they spent developing this technology. Now, will this technology have benefits in the long run? The only benefit that I actually see this technology happening is in two areas. One, the development of bioweapons. I don't think that's a good thing for humanity. And in the other area where it's probably got some value is for people that may have genetic diseases, and you may want to basically get into the cell and alter things completely. So to take some stuff out and put some stuff in. So that could be useful for those sort of people. That's about it. I don't think it's got much more efficacy anywhere else. And yeah, I probably need to look into what they're putting into the animals in that regard. So I will start doing a bit of an investigation. But at the end of the day, once that goes into your acidic stomach, all proteins get broken down to amino acids. So it's, yeah, and foreign proteins get discharged that don't get broken down completely, get discharged out the rear end. So it's not going to be a problem for us, but it will definitely be a problem for those animals in that regard. I just would like to know what's in the preparation as a total. Could there be other things that could increase in, what other compounds or proteins are placed on? It's probably not going to be an issue because, again, whatever proteins it is going to be broken down to amino acids by the stomach acidity, but still, I don't know why people are not up in arms about it, to be honest. But just, just doesn't make sense. Haven't they made animals suffer, humans suffer enough? Now they want to make animals suffer unneedlessly with this crap. You're welcome, Phil the Meat. Yeah, take care, mate. So that's the only thing. And the reason for it's when they actually work on your heart, they will increase the oxidative stress to your heart. And the blood perfusion, when the blood comes back into the heart, it actually increases oxidative stress. And that's when you're quite vulnerable right after the surgery. And that's why taurine is really important to protect you right after the surgery, So before you go in, make sure there's a few hours difference between the time you take it and the surgery. So if it's going to be early in the morning, just take it in late at night before you go to bed to reduce some of the oxidative stress in your body. And then after you've come out, take it again, because that will reduce the oxidative stress and deal with the blood perfusion that comes in to the heart. So that's another thing that increases. It's the same thing if people have a stroke and then blood perfusion. The moment you stop blood flowing into a heart, because they have to stop it to fix it, when the blood rushes back in, it's highly oxygenated. And as a consequence, if there is some, because when you're actually stitching, old veins to replace arteries, the consequence of that is you're gonna pretty much create some trauma to the heart. That trauma is going to increase slightly oxidative stress, and with a blood perfusion, it's going to sort of increase that effect slightly. To actually get better results long term, it's good to lower the effects of the blood perfusion by taking taurine right after the surgery, as you come out and you've got your senses back. But don't go too hard, 2 grams only, and then progressively get up to the 6 gram level for the next couple of days to help in that regard. Anyway, lately, and also make sure, be careful what meds they are putting into you and the interaction, especially with the blood pressure meds, particularly the calcium channel blockers. Okay. Tom, lately I've been studying feast and fast approach to carnivore as promoted by SMB gang, Dr. Omar. Basically, he fasts 3 days and eats a lot for the 4th day. Is there any merit to it? There is populations that actually, there is a population in the Amazon. Don't know why, but that's where they are. They were river people, and this group tends to fast for 3 days and eat like mad on the 4th. So this isn't unique to this person or this group. This has been done by this tribal group. I forget their name. They're much further north than the Titsmani people. They're a different tribal group. They're more closer to the between. I think they're closer to the border with Ecuador and on the Brazilian side, I think. And they tend to do this, not eat for a couple of days and then have a big feast. So I think it's about 3 days from memory, 3 days fast, and then, absolute debauchery of food on the 4th. And seems to work for them. So, they're still reproductive. They're still multi-generational. So I don't think it's a bad thing. It's interesting. It's novel. Not many other people around populations do it that way. Most other populations tend to have big one meal, or a secondary meal in between, so, but a prime meal like Bart does. So yeah, it's interesting that how some people do, but also they do eat a bit more fish, and that fish is going to give them taurine, and that taurine is going to regulate the electrolytes, so they can manage the additional level of osmotic regulation, because that means fluid regulation of the fluids and the ions. That means the different minerals in the cells and in the bloodstream. We're talking about calcium, sodium, potassium, magnesium. 2 first primarily in the blood, the other 2, the second ones are primarily inside the cells. So, eating enough fish will give you enough taurine, should provide you with sufficient regulation for those purposes. That's why they don't need electrolyte powders. So it's as I said, interesting things populations do. So if you want to mimic, that's the way you would mimic it, pretty much. You mentioned keeping vegetables like zucchini in the diet at a low dose. What other vegetables would you qualify for this? Probably things like there are some low sugar. Some people will traditionally in their diet have had like low sugar sort of pumpkin. There's some varieties. What are they? Oh God, what are they called? Not the I'm going to say traditional pumpkins, but no, it's heirloom. Yeah, the sort of heirloom. Is it heirloom? I can't remember now. I think something like that. Probably not saying the right thing, but the sort of these rare type of varieties that tend to have far less, produce a bit more fiber type and less glucose or starch in them. Type not the sweet pumpkins, but the other ones. So that's one. And the other thing is so that bit of kosh lettuce, not a lot because you don't want too much fiber, inhibiting absorption of other nutrients. And probably the other one would be like gherkins, fermented. If you can't tolerate them, then consider cucumbers skinned in that regard. So yeah, I'd probably keep it to that and probably not much else. You can do a pulp, zucchini pulp, and combine it with a lot of dairy. Like Dad makes his zucchini pies, and he just basically combines, big piece of feta cheese, 2 creams, I think 2 liters of milk, pulp about that big of zucchini, and yeah, it's pretty much it, and combine that and just make an old sort of pie, which is primarily dairy based, with some zucchini. So that's another option if you're doing a transition, in a sense, to a carnivore diet and you want some variety as well. It's an option. Oh, Jonathan's here. Better put him on. G'day, Jonathan.
How's it going?
Wake up,
nice
mate.
To see you.
Good,
nice to see you.
Good. Always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
So people are transitioning like Martin. So
yeah.
I think it's a good.
Yeah, I think the same.
Rushing into it, as Bart would say, is probably not a good idea. Even I transitioned slowly towards the carnivore. I didn't go like mad, one day and the next day I was carnivore. No, I sort of slowly just removed more and more, and I just gravitated towards the carnivore diet. And then I came across the carnivore diet, and I go, I've pretty much nearly been doing that already. So it wasn't much then to go full bore nearly.
Yeah.
So how are things?
Yeah, not bad. Had a little gym session. Did my little workout. Used lots of machines and tried not to hurt myself. All good. Yeah, I like the idea what you said about some of the low sugar vegetables and skinning it, peeling the extra fibre out of it and things like that. It's, pickled stuff as well works well. I'd probably do the same. Something I like to do sometimes, I think it might be similar, is do the pickles, the sauerkraut. Cucumber occasionally, if I'm like at a little party and it's there, I might have some cucumber. It's not the worst thing to eat. I mean, like a few little coin slices.
Well, Dad buys
maybe some spring onions, not too bad.
Have you seen those little Lebanese cucumbers?
The tiny ones.
The little Lebanese cucumbers?
Yeah, we have those, yeah.
Yeah, the tiny ones, he usually buys the thin ones, the little thin ones, and they're usually it's like they make it similar to the gherkin. They're all fermented and all that, and they're little things like that. And it's just like it's, why not? I know that some people, most people can tolerate things like that. They're not going to be a big problem. And it's a nice low carb sort of transition food to sort of combine to help people sort of do that transition without having too many problems.
Yeah, you cover it from 2 angles, don't you, Harry? So you've got obviously like the transitioning carbs to fats, then you've got the getting the fibre and the oxalate out of the diet. So just scale it by the toxicity of the individual food. Eventually get to the point where you're not adding these things, and you might have them sometimes, but like me, I'll probably never have kimchi because I don't tolerate chili very well and spices. So, I just do the sauerkraut, things like
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, people will try different things and all that. Dad's luckily he's been into he used to do some of his own fermented vegetables from when we were young kids. So he's been doing it, sort of traditional Greek sort of stuff that people have been doing for donkey's years, not just now. But it sort of helps anyway.
Yeah.
Have you ever used lactium, which is that what is it? That's comes out of milk or whatever, or I think it's casein or whatever. I think it's
No,
some sort of metabolite or whatever. Ever used
I've not used that one. No.
Okay. No. Well, it does seem to have some, calming effects and stuff like that, which you can get from just an animal-based diet anyway, which is low inflammatory. So, do you really need something like that? And all the other stuff that people talk about, like sleep, mood disturbances, stuff like that. Usually it sort of is working on the same pathways like the GABA pathway, similar in that regard. So I don't see an extra benefit. And I think it is a bit more pricey than even taurine, but I'm not sure. It's a long time. I thought it actually people stopped even taking it because I haven't heard about it for so damn long. I'm health tech, so people still using it. Okay, yeah. I know one guy that was a subscriber of mine. I haven't seen for some time now. He came over from Bart, and I haven't even seen him on his channel, so I don't know what he's doing. But he actually was taking it in quite a bit. He was sort of said that it does a lot of things for him and helps his mood and all that. Fine,
Yeah.
Sleep and mood was the thing that I think he was using it for. But I health tech, I just don't know enough about it myself.
Harry,
but I think there are other things than the carnivore diet that do. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think the signal's a bit funny. That's why I keep interrupting by accident. Yeah. My friend, right? He's doing 80-hour weeks now.
It's been a bit like that all day.
Yeah. My friend's doing 80-hour weeks. He's working through the night and through the day. He's got a PT studio, and he's been using taurine the last few weeks, and he's noticed a dramatic benefit from using it. It's not replacing sleep, but it's meaning he's more efficient when he's working, and he's not as messed up as he would be usually. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, well, you know what it's doing. It's look, guys, you still need to. You can't just take taurine and say I'm not going to sleep and get melatonin. It does increase melatonin, but like melatonin reduces oxidative stress inside the mitochondria, so does taurine, and that's where it does reduce a requirement for sleep. So a lot of people that do take high dose of taurine notice that they don't need as much sleep to recover completely. And a lot of people are using it for those purposes, or people that are doing like night shifts. Some of my subscribers that have been doing it in the past, I've been telling them to take taurine, don't eat anything in the evening, only in daylight. And they've seen a lot of benefits in improving and reducing their stress and oxidative stress as well, but general feeling working night shifts. So, yeah, number of people getting benefits. There are some people, outliers, like any bell curve, outliers that, and that's usually things that they can't clear sulfur properly. And usually, those, they can't tolerate eggs, a bit like Bart K. He still takes it because he knows there are benefits. He's just using other methods to mitigate some of the effects. The flatulence. Let's put it that way for him.
Yeah, I'm fine with taurine. I've used crazy doses, so I don't have any issue. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I've used up to when I was actually breaking down my fibrosis in my heart, up to 20 grams a day for years on years. So I had no negative effects at all, and broke down all my fibrosis, and that's why I don't need to go to cardiology anymore. So
Thank God for
I
that.
see a benefit. If I can get out of that, why not? Exactly. Anyway, Anglo-Saxons and Vikings' consumption of mussels was absolutely insane. Plastic markers of Saxon settlements in millions of mussel shells. Yeah, I think it's throughout the whole of history of humanity. Even if you go and look at the early settlements along the riverbeds in Africa, you'll find a lot of crustaceans and things like shells and mussels and all that. Most Aboriginal populations pretty much consumed a lot of river or coastal seafood. And it's in the N15 data. It's quite clear. Even the ancient Greeks, they had very high N15, but also, well, the main focus was on ruminants, the dominant source. The smaller source was river fish or coastal fish in their case. So, yeah, we've been consuming these sort of things for a long time. And so for people to say we don't need them at all, I think once people start consuming some of these crustaceans, mussels and things like that, they'll get those trace minerals and they'll actually notice that a lot of issues and deficiencies seem to go away altogether. So, it's anecdotal, but, people say, well, we should eat like our ancestors. Well, most people are eating only mussel meat and not eating seafood at all. So if they're going to eat like your ancestors, maybe you should be putting in some of the seafood as well.
Yeah.
If you're going to be genuine about it. So, is my... Yeah. And it provides variety. I mean, yourself, you probably noticed that having variety is just so great in...
Yeah, life's a bit easier when you've got more to choose from. I mean, if you go out for a meal, I mean, I'd often eat a big meal before going out for a meal, but I have a choice of having a fillet of salmon or something, not just a steak. So it's it gives you some choice there, I guess. Yeah, I'm more a fan of a mixed carnivore diet, as you know. So
yeah, me too. Look, some people can actually get constipation, and it usually tends to be gut microbiome issues, which tend to basically, if it can be two things. It can either be the gallbladder issue, and that can actually, for some reason, in some people, when they take taurine in particular, and I usually say to people, take some choline, more choline than taurine, like 4 grams, to try and actually sort out the gallbladder as fast as possible. So to improve emulsification, stuff like that. And some people just, with some of the gut bacteria as well, they can actually, especially when you don't produce enough bile to cleanse the small intestine, and there's a bit more overgrowth in the small intestine, and then you take the taurine and it goes in there into the system, and there are some bacteria that actually consume it and actually can produce some problems and all that. And again, it's due to, not because of the taurine, but it's due to you haven't fixed the gallbladder issue, and that's causing that problem. So you got to focus more on milk thistle, choline, and bringing the taurine down to about 2 grams and all that, because you still need some for good bile production. But until you start emulsifying and fixing up and improving the bile flow, some people can take a bit of ox bile in the early stages. So because it does have an alkalining effect, so you'd have to take it about a bit over 2.5 hours after a meal, depending on how big the meal is. And that will actually help with digestion, but also will help with cleansing the small intestine and bringing down the load. That's the SIBO issue that many people suffer. But you still need some taurine in the system because that helps improve acidity together with because it regulates the proton pumps in your stomach. Now, there's another way of actually, a quick way of actually healing the gastrointestinal tract, the whole lot of it, and that will increase, but that also will increase the acidity levels, and it could actually swing you from constipation to diarrhea, and that's with BPC 157, which will fix the stomach function and improve that. But I would basically first focus on the fixing the gallbladder, and then once the gallbladder is fixed, then concentrate on taking something like that to fix the collagen structures throughout the whole digestive tract. So that would be my way of going about it. Rome wasn't built in a day, as they say. What's your thoughts, Jonathan?
I think the same, really. Usually people change a lot in their diet. Like, I've tried the high fat thing and the lower fat thing in the past, and anytime I've changed it, something has happened to my guts. So it might be that, I mean, me speaking to different people most days, it's usually that they're eating too much or too little fat. I mean, it's nearly always one or the other, I notice. So I'd probably scale back or scale up depending on what the person's doing. And obviously BPC 157
that's another thing you could probably do as well. Yeah, but you could play around with the fat to see whether that improves things as well.
I've got two thoughts about
when we talk about electrolyte imbalances.
I think it could be that he's having too much dairy or calcium. That could be bunging up a little bit. Too much protein as well can slow things down.
Yep.
And if the protein's like super high and more than what he's needed, he might be getting
that's true
a lot of gluconeogenesis, so more insulin. That might be throwing off his electrolytes a little bit.
Yeah, that's possibly. Yeah, potentially. So yeah, again, back to getting a bit more fat in the diet, because a lot of people just buy supermarket meat, and that's quite lean in many cases, especially nowadays, because constantly trim the fat off. So the good option is you can go to a local butcher and actually ask them for the trimmings. For a couple of bucks, you can get a whole bag full of fat trimmings, and you can use those to cook with your meat and get a bit more fat into your system. That's what a number of carnivores do. I tend to buy my meats with fat pieces that thick on them, and don't have to worry about eating trimmings or anything.
Yeah,
it's the easiest way to
I do loads of butter myself.
Yeah, I sort of get some butter as well, some New Zealand butter. Primarily. One, it's better priced. Two, it's you're definitely guaranteed that it's going to be grass fed and finished. So yeah, why not? They did have a brand here in Tasmania that I used to consume, but they stopped producing it for whatever reason, and that was 100% grass fed and finished, and I could be guaranteed of that. Where some of the other companies, sometimes they do put in some grains as well. So I'm reluctant in that regard, more for the deuterium side of things. I like things to be more grass fed, be close to the 115 ppm rather than the 120. And ultimately, because as we get older, the ability to cure and deplete does decline a bit as well, and I don't want to have to. Yeah, I want to have to be in that lower sort of range, because the higher the deuterium, you're going to end up with more stiffness, because you end up with more deuterium in your collagen structures. So,
Harry, I've got a quick question about deuterium actually. So things like butter and fat, like lard, they're mostly saturated fat. The water content of those fats would be quite limited, quite small. So would that mean that the deuterium depleting effect of eating these fats would therefore be smaller? If that makes sense.
Well, what we're actually getting is we're converting as we strip away the hydrogens from the actual fat in the Krebs cycle, we're actually then we're producing water, metabolic water, which is low deuterium metabolic water. So that's what we're getting. And then we use the hydrogen ions from that to basically strip off the electrons for the electron chain and the protons for the inner mitochondrial membrane, where they actually accumulate, and the more it is accumulated, the more pressure they create against the membrane into the ATPase, the complex 5, and they're actually able to move through that in a more rapid pace. The faster they move through in larger amounts, that they are actually able to spin the nanomotor faster, all the way up to, potentially the highest being something like 9,000 RPM. Okay. And that produces far more ATP the faster it spins. Younger people can produce more. They've got better spin rates for the simple reason they've got less derangements, less damage and stuff like that. Well, the healthy young people, that is. Nowadays, even they are struggling, some of them, because from birth they've had a lot of damage done to them. But that's another,
Yeah, I think it takes
Rick
time.
Hunter is asking regarding gallbladder issues. Yep, it does. And milk, choline, taurine, should I take them with a meat before or after for maximum effect? As far as, milk thistle, you can pretty much take that on either an empty stomach or with food. It really doesn't matter in that regard. And pretty much the other two as well. I tend to take milk thistle on an empty stomach, and when I was doing it, and choline and taurine with food, because they usually are part of food anyway when you're actually eating it. So why not combine them? But and that limits the amount of effort that I have to do. Dad also takes them in yogurt in the evening primarily, so that's how he gets them into his system, so he doesn't have to bother having to douse more water down, additional deuterium. So why bother? That's my sort of approach.
Yeah.
How about yourself? How are you taking them? I used to take them in water in the past, but
yeah. Milk thistle, anything like herbal, made of extracts and things, I tend to have that with a meal. I find sometimes if it can almost like come up on yourself, so I don't think it's more or less effective when you take it, but I'll probably take it at a time which allows you to sort of stomach it and not feel like you're heaving it up. But the taurine and choline, I just chuck it in water and might drink it throughout the day, or have my pre-workout drink, or in a yogurt like you.
Yep.
Your dad.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it doesn't. I mean, I've in the past, if I've got a day where I just want to have it through the day, I've done it as well in the Evian water, which is slightly lower in deuterium. So I'll do that and just combine it and then just shake it and drink it through the day. So I've done that in the past. It's just more out of I can't be bothered, and I just want to get it in and get it out of the way. It's probably the only times that I actually do make sure that I take it an hour and a half, or at least an hour, if not 90 minutes. Somebody like Jonathan probably is much bigger. To saturate all his cells, it will take up to probably 90 minutes. So it should take it for longer. Average sized person like myself, 1 hour. A small person like a child, probably half an hour, get it in that most of their cells. And the reason for that is because it's going to also it's going to lower the lactate levels, and so it's going to allow you to exercise for longer as well. So if people want to recover better and actually perform better and actually get more exercise in, or more bang for your bucks, as they call it in this area, that's why they usually take it.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Because
do
the
feel
higher the
fitter when I
lactate
use it.
levels, you tend to have. Yeah, it improves your stamina when you're doing weightlifting and stuff like that. So and it tends to sort of seem to improve just the general energy production in the body. So to people, if it works, why knock it? Good idea. Too much caffeine makes me crampy. Okay, come across this before? This is the first time somebody has asked me. I've never had a caffeine-induced cramp in my life. How about yourself?
No, I mean, the only thing I can think of is it's a vasoconstrictor. You probably got more stress hormones in your body when you're using it. Perhaps that's making you dump more fluid, more electrolytes. That could be why.
Yeah, makes
Some
sense.
mild diuresis, maybe, I don't know.
That is a lot. Yeah, well, it has a diuresis effect. Coffee does have a diuresis effect, and caffeine itself, and so it is a natural diuretic. So you can lose. Let's say your insulin is slightly lower because you're fasting exercise. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, you could lose more electrolytes that way by combining coffee. Because a lot of people, they like enhancing the fast with increasing AMPK and fat oxidation by taking caffeine tablets or coffee, like black coffee. I used to do that myself in the past. So, well, that's what you're probably doing, like I used to do in the past. But I was taking taurine and I was avoiding the problem. So take a bit of taurine. That should improve things. Just don't take them together, because you may exacerbate the caffeine thing, and then you may have sleep disturbances, especially later in the afternoon. That's what they put in Red Bull deliberately to amplify caffeine effect. Yes. Ah, yes. Can't help them. Ah, yes, another lover of salmon. Hello, Kitty, my neighbour. She actually loves salmon as well. I'm more of a tuna person. I enjoy tuna more than salmon.
Harry, do you get fatty tuna or lean tuna?
If I can get fat tuna, I usually get fatty tuna with the skin on and all that. But sometimes I do go for I can only get they got nothing available. I go down there, okay, I'm just get a couple of packs of the actual, the snap frozen with the lean stuff, and then I'll just put pretty much butter on it. So I'll combine it with butter, and it'll be tuna butter, and it actually gives it a nice creamy taste. Very nice. Bit of salt and pepper. Yummy.
Yeah. I got Sophie on tuna and scrambled eggs recently. She quite likes it.
Okay, why did the Native Americans that lived in prairies far from the coast develop goitres as people before ionizing salt in the 1920s did on large scales in these areas? Look, in these areas, they are pretty poor. Now, some of the populations, not all the Native Americans or were like there was a difference. A lot of the Native Americans to the southeast were agriculturalists, and the ones where in the arid type environments, like in that middle part, close to the Rockies, through that part, that area of the United States is pretty much more arid and tends to be more buffaloes and stuff like that. The Plain Indians, as they were called. So the sort of prairie areas tend to have a bit more agriculture. And so obviously people are eating less animal foods and more carbohydrates. So, and the soils there are also poor in iodine as well. So you do find in some areas, some of the agriculturalists, you find in some areas in Africa where people have big goitres right under their neck, massive, and it's usually the agriculturalists, where the hunters and gatherers and the pastoralists don't have this problem at all, even in the same areas. So they are getting from the animal foods much more iodine than what people are trying to get from plants. So there is a difference, let's put it that way, compared to those eating the plants and those eating, and a lot of these people in those sort of regions prior to iodinized salt also were agriculturalists, settlers that also suffered from the same issue because they just weren't getting enough. The plants are not a very good source of a lot of these minerals. They're chelated in many cases and hard to extract. And when the amount in these plants is very low, it's a problem.
It's a very precise amount of coffee.
Exactly. I've never measured my coffee that precisely, ever, in my life. Coffee's coffee. I'll have, 2 or 3 coffees a day, and that's about it. I just do not bother measuring. Hi, Harry. Any use in supplementing leucine post-training? Yep, I mentioned that earlier. Yes, it can be useful for middle distance runners to help maintain muscle mass. Yep. I sort of, before the training, I usually recommend, and in particular for people that are distant runners, I actually recommend a much higher than for bodybuilders touring level, because I'm scared as buggery about, left ventricular hypertrophy. That means the left ventricle of the heart growing under the stress of steady state cardio. So I tend to really worry more about that than anything else for people that are doing that sort of activity. So I would say people like that, I can't recommend, but I would prefer that they were doing something more like 12 grams per day, splitting it up and doing that amount to protect their heart from this extra risk in that regard. So, and leucine, I will definitely take some leucine. I've actually shown, even in a fasted state, you can actually get protein synthesis with just leucine. And 1 gram of leucine, I haven't done the fasting stuff from the American German research, but 1 gram of leucine with something else, which will be explained in that video, does actually provide some level. It doesn't increase mTOR, but it does actually increase certain pathways that increase cellular cleanup, and at the same time has some sort of signaling mechanism which actually preserves muscle better than any other method in this low fasted state. So it's a very interesting thing, especially when some bodybuilders want to use cuts and fasting in between, to use leucine without activating mTOR at 1 gram and something else, which I'll explain. And that combination tends to get really good results for being able to fast and protect and reduce the muscle loss that bodybuilders want to do when they're doing cuts and stuff like that. So that'll be clearer in next week when I do the video. So I won't go into it completely. It's actually 1.1 max grams. Talk about precision, I just say 1 gram, then you're in the ballpark. Safer that way, trying to get to 1.1 exactly. You're never going to get there. You're more likely to go slightly over and end up with 1.05 or 0.6 or whatever if you go for 1 gram. So,
Yeah.
And why bother? I mean, these guys are doing lab work. And the rest of us don't want to be doing that. Any guys have a link to the quality citrulline supplement? I'll put it up later. So we're in the middle of. I'll drop it in later. Leucine can activate muscle protein synthesis even in a faster state. Yes, it can. Is it the key to? Yes, it is. Some insulin signaling is required, but people need to realize even in a faster state, you still got some insulin signaling that can actually happen. The insulin to glucagon of 0.8 to 1. That doesn't mean zero insulin. Insulin is not absent completely zero. But you can actually have on, let's say, eating a potato diet, 4 to 1, eating a McDonald's diet with mixed macros in high amounts and increasing the Randall cycle, that can amplify the signaling up to 70 to 1. That's severe inflammation. That's the problem. So, insulin is not the problem. It's necessary. But we don't want it too much. But even protein synthesis requires it, but doesn't require like massive. And a lot of bodybuilders are killing themselves and putting themselves into an early grave by pumping themselves full of insulin when it's not required for protein synthesis. Very little is required for signaling for protein synthesis. So, unfortunately, people are doing crazy things because they're completely ignorant of the research. So if people should send them in my direction or Jonathan's direction to put them on the straight and narrow and to realize that, and if they are sort of, bodybuilders, they definitely should be sent to Jonathan because he's in the same sort of profession, and so they'll probably listen to him more than me. As simple as that.
Even though we say the same thing, Harry. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. But, it's the sort of bro, science approach. If you're not part of the club, you're sort of like a leper, an outside leper. So at the end of the day, I just want people to avoid killing themselves too early, prematurely.
Yeah.
Because it's not good for them, for their families and stuff like that. And it's just because of ignorance.
Well, there's a lot of people saying the opposite thing, which is part of the problem. I mean, Harry, there's do you know someone called Tristan Lee? He's like a young Asian carnivore bodybuilder.
No.
Okay. I'll try and email you a link or something. But this guy's about 20 years old. He's about 20 years old, and there's Mike Israel, who's like a plant-based guy now, and he's saying, Tristan Lee's not making any gains because he needs to eat some carbs. And I'm like, well, no, the guy's shredded, like he's ripped, like, diced inside out. He just needs to eat more fat. That's why he's not getting bigger. And he does 25,000 steps a day, so no wonder why he's not gaining any mass, because he's just doing exercise all the time, not resting.
I just choked myself.
Whoops.
Yeah, look, it's crazy what young people are doing out there. That's true. It's weird. It's unfortunate. Yeah. As far as just the last part, about 2.6 grams is minimal, the amount of leucine you require for protein synthesis. Some people say 2.6, some people say 2.7. So I've just picked 2.6 to be somewhere in the middle. It's probably the closest, plus or minus 1.1.
I found some research on, I think it's milligrams per
I usually
kilo of
recommend
body
for
weight.
older people. So if you've got, yep,
Yeah. I can't remember what it was.
there is actually a dose as well. Yes, obviously. Yeah, and I can't even remember either. A young child would actually require far less. You know, in equivalent terms, but most people, if they're eating an animal-based product, at around 30 grams, around just slightly over 30 grams, maybe probably between 31 and 33 grams, they'll probably just get enough leucine for the protein synthesis effect. So, if people are thinking about certain meals and all that. Now, there's that, remember that website, the food data one? Let me just... Oops. I'll just throw this shortly in. So they've got at the top, there's food lists, and you can actually pick leucine, and you can just pretty much look at that. It's not a bad website. It's got a lot of food. At the bottom, it's got like the... So 100 grams of less than 100 grams. So will pretty much give you, from beef that is, will pretty much give you the slightly less than 3 grams of leucine, which is probably about 3.5 ounces of meat. You could have just something like that, and that probably 100 grams or slightly less. You're probably getting about 26 grams of protein in that, and that will just give you enough leucine for the protein synthesis, just from beef. Other meats are slightly less, like you got to eat a bit more when it comes from chicken. So the chicken leg, you just sort of have to go up a bit to get enough. 100 grams will only give you 2 grams. So you probably need to, another third, probably 150 grams to get enough, or close to 150 grams. Which is sort of like 5.3 ounces. Pork's slightly lower as well. You sort of have to get about 125, I think, from memory, grams. So you're talking just close to 4 ounces of pork to get enough protein synthesis. Tuna's a bit better, but still, the better one is going to be definitely that. With eggs, you have to consume something like 5 eggs to get the same amount.
Very, very satiating as well.
Yeah, that's true. So if you're going to have, let's say, as a morning meal or a snack. I mean, you say, okay, my main meal's in the afternoon. I just want a snack, and you'll say, well, then I'll just consume 5 eggs. It'll give me enough protein synthesis, and it'll also satiate me. And yeah, so that's a sort of a bit of an alternative for some people to do that. So yeah. Okay, another question. I no longer put mustard on sausages. Use butter. It tastes so much better. But why do I start coughing the next day if I eat too much butter? I think I know why, but do you want to answer this? Are you aware? Have you had this experience?
No, I don't have a clue. I'm interested now.
Okay. It could be the proteins in the butter. Yeah. So in particular, from what I hear, not the casein one, from the A1 milk casein. Some people tend to react a bit. We don't know why exactly. There's speculations, but not exactly why. So there's that. Some people actually go to ghee, clarified butter. It doesn't have where it's primarily just fat. So that's another option. Some people like clarified butter, some people don't. They like butter better. If you still prefer butter, just consume a bit less is the next best option. I've heard somebody else approach me with the same issue, and they were able to get A2, and it went away. So weird. And they're also getting a bit more mucus. Are you getting also some mucus? Because that's a bit of a giveaway as well, because they were getting a bit of mucus, is the way they were describing it, which is, annoying for people. He's gone. Old Richard. So, old Kiwi boy, 10:30. Oh, it was actually 7 o'clock. 2 hours. He's bailed out. He's probably been working a bit too much today. I know sometimes he does long hours for doing things, and so I find myself if I do work, like I'll work 10 hours straight, nearly, long hours, and then I'm just pretty early in the 9-10 o'clock. Because usually I'm a bit of a night owl. I usually go later. I'll just crash out earlier. I'll just fall asleep. Yeah. Sometimes even on the couch, I'll wake up 4 o'clock in the morning and I go, oh shit, I slept on the couch. Drag myself into bed, put the alarm clocks in. I'll just fall asleep, doze off for another hour and a half or whatever, and then the alarm goes off. Get out, drag myself out.
Yeah. I think I usually have 2 late nights each week, so usually it's Tuesday and Saturday, and that's when I've got a recording with either Bar or recording with some of my bodybuilding carnivore friends.
It's too early to get. If Bart was, he's picked a time slot which for me is so damn early. It's 5:30 in the morning. So I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Forget it. I did it once.
And it's late for me as well, so you can't really win.
Fucking early, Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It would be late for you. Yeah. So it's just the time slot. It's really good for North America, and that's why he likes that time slot. But yeah, because they're 2 hours ahead of us. And so for him, when he's doing it, it's about 7:30 in his morning. And 7:30, I can do it because he's had actually done it like 9:30 his time, and it was 7:30 my time, and that I could do. But those extra 2 hours was, and usually even the 7:30, I just had got up probably around about 7ish or whatever, or maybe a bit earlier. But Sunday I always get up late. And then I was just dragging myself, threw a t-shirt on and just come on baths. And after baths, then I'd go in and have a shower and then get prepared for mine.
Yeah.
So it's what I've done in the past. But
we do about 2.5, 3 hours usually. So you could always do like the last hour maybe if you were up for it.
Yeah, that's true. That'll be because it's 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7:30 to 8:30. Yeah. Look, if I'm up, I'll just may send him a link and just say, I'm a late comer. Just throw me a link. Email me. I'll just come on.
Yeah.
He's always good company. He's always a bit of there's a bit of laughter, a bit of joke, a bit of banter. So it's going to be quite fun and entertaining for people.
I learned quite a bit last night on his live.
Okay. Anything in particular that you found really interesting?
Something basically about HbA1c and carnivores, and how sometimes a number drifts upwards, but it's not reflective of the fact that the carnivore diet would have less spikes in insulin, so it's not as problematic long term to have a slightly elevated HbA1c.
Yeah. I know that some people, because they somebody that I know actually experimented and was taking slightly higher doses of taurine, which was reducing the amount of glycation, and their red blood cells were lasting a bit longer than even other carnivores. And even though he had one of those monitors to check his blood glucose level, the electronic monitor you stick into your arm, pretty much it's you needle into your arm. and he was basically seeing the blood sugar was fairly stable, but the hemoglobin A1C went up more than his previous test, just being on taurine, because it was reducing the glycation in the blood system, but at the same time the red blood cells were surviving longer, but they were still getting a bit extra glycation at the end of the day stuck on them. So more sugar molecules ended up being accumulated. But that's not a pathological, that's not a bad health state in that regard. So, I think I can't remember which population that eats a lot of fish and tend to get more taurine had showed something similar, but it was just they saw it as a sort of a reverse association type thing, which sort of signifies that it's probably not an issue as long as you're not basically glycating the living daylights out of your blood vessels. That's the most important thing. That's where the oxidative stress and problems are going to happen. If you've got too much sugar in your bloodstream, you're going to drop all those glycocalyx, all that pericellular matrix can collapse from sugar up to 6 hours, exposing the endothelium to oxidative stress and glycation additionally. So that's the problem there. But small amounts of sugar molecules running through the bloodstream at a basal level isn't going to do that. That's not going to cause any problems. If the blood cells last longer, they're going to be slightly more glycated. Whoopee. So it's a much more complicated story, or let's say, from what I can see. And I think there's probably some genetics variability. Yeah. Look, you've known me now for quite some time, how I've talked about a lot of this genetic variability, and people sort of in the carnivore space have ignored it for far too long. But there is, even in the calcium side, where some people have a requirement for more calcium because they just can't absorb enough calcium from the meat, and tend to run lower serum calcium levels, end up having higher blood sugar levels in the bloodstream, because calcium does lower and also increase glucagon like peptide 1 as well. And on the flip side as well, it tends to, better when there's improves the cardiovascular function as well. When you've got too little, too much is not a good thing, but too little as well can actually increase in arrhythmias, heart palpitations, and stuff like that. And we've had some carnivores that have just doing steak only come to us and say, "I've got heart palpitations or arrhythmias." Well, and I'm taking taurine, but it doesn't seem to help, because I've told people that arrhythmias can be improved, because there is research showing that it can actually be sorted out by taurine, because it regulates the ions. But the problem is, if you don't have enough calcium, well, you're still going to have the problem. Taurine isn't going to magically make calcium appear in the actual blood vessels unless you're absorbing extra stuff. And there can be the vitamin D issue as well for some.
Yeah, I had that in days.
Both those genes. What's that?
When I just did beef only for like 3 or 4 days, I had that on day 2. I felt horrendous. I had heart palpitations. As soon as I drank a glass of milk, I felt better.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Exactly. Oh, you may have those genes like me, potentially.
Yeah.
About 24% of the population do. And in places where there is more pastoralism, like the British Isles, the mountain people in Greece and stuff like that have more of these genes, which I come from. So those sort of populations, and it could even be an issue for Saladino, because he comes from a region which has more pastoral type populations, so that could be an issue, and he's unaware of it as well. So there's that sort of side of things, and he's just masking it with just raising insulin and holding on to some of these electrolytes by raising insulin. That's all he's doing, but also glycating and causing damage. I mean, this is not new research, guys. Walter Kempner, who did the low-fat diets back in the 1930s, used to recommend the only supplementation on his low-fat diet was 94% was made up of carbs, 4% protein, and 2% fat. So it was a high carbohydrate, extremely low fat, low protein diet. And these people throughout the whole year, it's like nearly like a fasting mimicking diet. And he would whip them to make sure that they were eating enough sugar to prevent muscle catabolism. And these people consumed, he recommended, zero electrolytes or any mineral supplements. Why? Because with the higher insulin, even at insulin to glucagon of 4:1, you're holding on to more electrolytes, more ions like calcium, sodium, and stuff like that. So you don't need to. This is the problem with a carbohydrate diet. It tends to hold on to more of these things. And that's the effect that Saladino's getting. And it's masking his issue by raising insulin chronically much higher than he would in a low carb state, to basically hold on to those electrolytes that he's not getting enough because he's unaware of his potential genetics. I'm speculating here, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case with him. Because it always, I find a number of my subscribers that come back and say, I'm having these sort of issues, and then they find out they got those genes as well. The moment they put additional calcium-rich foods in, it goes away. It's really easy to work out. I sort of had to learn the hard way going paleo for a while and having a lot of heart palpitations and stuff like that, and going, what the hell's going on? And I was scared like shitless, and so actually went back to, and then I noticed dairy would help. I didn't know why at the time, but I kept on putting back the dairy and said, bugger it, I'm going to go low carb, forget about paleo. So I dumped paleo completely because it just wasn't working for me. But I didn't know really the mechanism, found out later. Is there any general links between dairy consumption, skin issues, and inflammation such as acne, dryness, etc.? If so, how big a role do genetics play? Well, we don't see that amongst the populations like the Maasai. So we can and also Southern Indians, and they're on a sort of a vegetarian type diet. So we don't see it there. So it's more likely the modern diet and the inflammation coming from the seed oils or refined sugars and stuff like that have exacerbated these things. So traditionally, even the traditional vegetarian diets were dairy heavy. So, that would make sense. Even the I've done actually a Blue Zone one which I covered this, where Gunnery sort of he's a cardiologist, and he was actually in Loma Linda and actually knew that he actually saw the dietary recommendations from the local hospital was 50% dairy. So the population was encouraged to consume a lot of dairy back in those days, in the 50s and 60s and all that. And because they weren't affected by the guidelines, they had their own sort of, they were pushing, and the rest was coming from eggs and a bit of fish and stuff like that. So most of their diet was 60 to 2/3, calling it a vegetarian diet, it was 60 to 2/3 animal-based, really, to be honest. And they weren't having any of these problems. And even the Southern Indians who were vegetarian were consuming tubers, seasonal fruit, and primarily they were consuming, dairy products, because, with very limited, fish and stuff like that, and crustaceans, and they weren't having any of these issues as well. Obviously, modern people are having a lot of issues because we've been taking low doses of antibiotics continuously, and it's called glyphosate. It's actually got a patent if you go to the patent office, the US patent office, the European patent office, the Japanese patent office, the Australian patent office, you will find that Monsanto has registered glyphosate as an antibiotic. Most people are completely unaware of that. So people today, most of the foods that they're consuming, the plant foods, they are basically continually giving themselves a low-grade antibiotic. And they wonder why their gut microbiome is completely and utterly deranged. So, microbiome derangements can also cause these. And so, obviously, if there are certain pathogenic bacteria and then you give them certain sugars, even if it's dairy-based, they will take those and actually proliferate and actually start causing problems. So it's not the dairy, it's the deranged gut microbiome that other things in the past dietary approaches caused. So we need to fix the gut microbiome. We can actually re-regulate the gut microbiome by improving our taurine status, doing milk kefirs and other type of fermented things that can help bring back a number of beneficial bacteria and change the gut microbiome composition, and eat more animal-based foods, which increases the bifidobacteria and stuff like that, in comparison to some of the other Prevotella, which is pro-inflammatory. I've actually done, if you look at my myths and falsehoods of veganism, you'll actually see the research showing how the high... Hello?
Yeah, she's gone now. She's going to take to the out.
Can't remember what I was saying. Anyway. Okay. So it was the... what was I saying? Get back to it, Harry. Focus. So it's not the actual dairy, it's not the animal food, it's really that state And I would say fermented foods are important. Fermented foods are, most people, the source of fermented foods that they get are dairy-based, like cheese and yogurt and stuff like that. The majority of people, maybe some gherkins and pickled stuff like that. But every population on the planet has had fermented foods. When we've got a pH which is close to 1, that means we were scavenger carnivores before we became high-end predators in our distant past, as evolutionary past. So that pretty much means that those ancestors obviously had consumed a lot of fermented meats and stuff like that. The Inuit usually get fish pieces or some of the blubber from seals and stuff like that, throw it under the snow and actually ferment it, and they'll consume that as their natural probiotic. And a number of populations have done a whole lot of different things. So to say that these fermented foods aren't important, they are, because humans have been doing them for a long time. And there's a lot of things, environmental toxins and many things in our environment, and viruses also that can infect different bacterial strains and actually reduce certain things. We know that the coronaviruses, and we know the recent one, does reduce bifidobacteria quite a bit, which is another problem because it's one of the most anti-inflammatory ones. And so when they are much lower, inflammation can go up. So if you've lost more of those. So how were you protecting yourself? Did you have a good vitamin D status? Were you taking sufficient taurine to protect your immune system from immunosenescence so you could fight off some of these viruses in the early stage and prevent yourself from getting C19? Did you get quite a lot of C19 infections? If you did, you may have more deranged microbiome and less bifidobacteria as a consequence of that. So did you jab yourself? That would definitely do it as well. So there's a lot of things that can actually cause some of these issues. It's not one thing, both things that we've done to ourselves and also both in the past and in recent times. And then, we can have a lot of these underlying issues. So backtracking, trying to work out what did what. And also there's genetic variability between people, how they respond to all this sort of stuff as well. So it's a bit more complicated in that regard. Jonathan, you love this subject as well. You love Jabba the Hutt, don't you? He's a nice fellow.
Oh, yeah. And I tried to stay clear myself. I had lots of letters and they seem to have gone missing, asking me to participate in the experiments. So.
Oh, yeah, exactly. God.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so you haven't volunteered yourself as an experimental animal?
Not to my knowledge, no. I've
not a
avoid
really
it
good
quite
team
well.
player, are you?
No, I'm a terrible human being. Quite selfish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes, just go away, do a few Hail Marys, beat yourself a couple of times. Don't overspank yourself. You could cause yourself a lot of excitement as well. We don't want that. Just a quick reminder, could you look into DMSO studies, please? Is it all worth using for inflammation? Thank you. I will look into that. I do have some studies in a folder for a video. I'm not sure exactly whether it's which month of this year. I could bring it forward. I can actually change the number, the sequence, and so I'll remind myself to do that. So I do have a number of other videos that I do want to cover. The fasting one, the gut one. Gut one's going to take bloody long to put together, but anyway, has to happen. I have promised it for a while. So there's a couple of others.
They take a ridiculous amount. Yeah.
Need to do the comprehensive. Oh, they do. People don't realise how much it takes to put together. I did that recently, the histamine one, and that took me hours just to do all those little things and just put it all together, and then just proofread to make sure that all the actual that it actually sounded properly. And I realised some of my grammar, and I go, oh shit, had to correct it and fix it and all that, and then put it up. And so some people thought, it was very the sort of the background in the box, the yellow thing, could have been a bit classier. Guys, it takes quite some time to put these things together.
It's the content,
trying to go to the next level. Yeah, yes, exactly. A lot of the actual channels that can do that have got staff to help them out and do that, graphics designers and all sorts of things. Me, Jonathan, and Bart, we do it ourselves.
Yeah, I made a 20-minute presentation.
Well, Bart's got a bit
Carnivore
more time,
macros.
Even for him.
Yeah, my presentation took me about 4 hours to make. And it's a 20-minute presentation.
Yeah, exactly.
So you imagine how long Bart spends, how long Harry spends when they're putting all these references, all this detail. It's a day nearly sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, look, it can take me a couple of evenings after work. So I could actually spend, one evening and 2 or 3 evenings just putting it all together, collating it all together, making sure that it all syncs properly, that it makes sense and all that. And then like on the Thursday, record it. And then on the Friday, process it and release it on the Saturday. And that's just one damn video because I'm working in the daytime. So it's not easy. Yeah. And Bart, what he does, he records on one day. I think when he comes back from his walks on Sunday, he'll just record continuously one video after another video after another video. And then he will cut and process each one for those days and then release it while he's processing another one for the next day and then another one for the following day. And that's what he's doing. And that's how he can actually get more productivity. But he's also got more hours because that's his more or less full-time job and walking the dogs. So that's his life primarily. So it's, people need to remember that.
Yeah, I've got an interesting workflow.
15 data in mind. Tell me.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you quickly. Yeah, so every video that I put out that isn't a live video. The audio is mixed. So I send it to my friend. He mixes the audio, makes sure it's absolutely perfect, sends it back to me. I clip the video, make the video, render it, then upload it. Every single video.
Yeah.
So it gets processed twice effectively.
Well, that's convenient. Yeah. Well, it takes actually, even I have to normalize the audio so it all, because when you're doing the recording, the audio sometimes can vary. You can have some background stuff you can actually show and all that, and it's all, sometimes I don't bother. Sometimes if it's really, there's only a marginal difference, but if there's a big difference, I have to, because otherwise you got people's audio at this level B. Sometimes you see it, some people have not done it, and you've got one person at this really low level and this other person much higher level, and then you have to turn it up, the volume, to be able to hear the first person, and then the second person just screams at you, and it's just ridiculous because they haven't actually normalized the audio for both speakers. So, and that takes time to process, and the bigger the video, if it's a couple of hours, it can take half a day or more to process, depending on how fast your computer is. So it's not bloody easy putting these together. I realise it can be time consuming.
I think what you do now, Harry, it helps people on an individual level.
Yeah. Look, I've always prioritised in the past, have some live streams because it's helped a lot of people. And then the other guy that's actually running the clip the Harry Serpanos clip channel also cuts a lot of things out and provides little snippets of all those key moments. So that helps people as well to be able to grab and look at key moments as well. So all that tries to get the information out to people is the key thing. So, and then I've got Llama. He does some of the little short videos for me as well, that I've done a couple of those. So occasionally he will put a few of those together, and that sort of helps me as well. Otherwise, I couldn't do all that. It'd just be impossible if, if a couple of people were pitching in now and then. It'd be pretty hard to do that sort of stuff. So it is. Yeah, I know it's time damn consuming. And recently, that's why I like those sort of things that I've actually been doing recently. It was out of necessity to have some content to keep the channel sort of lively and all that, but it touched on a whole lot of other things, geopolitics and all sorts of things that I think some of my subscribers are now cluey enough to understand, and it gives them an opportunity to become aware of things that they may have not known. So we're here. N15, would our ancestors have more optimal health with a more seafood-based mass intake? Is there any archaeological evidence out there showing greater health outcomes? No, because we've only got bones. The bones look pretty good compared to the agriculturalists, and that's all we can say. They don't show deficiencies. Occasionally they show some stress marks, and that's when they may have had very poor hunts and didn't have enough intake of food, so long periods of forced fasting, whether they liked it or not. And it depends on the location on the planet as well, but generally speaking, the cranial size, the arch, all these sort of things don't show any deformities or any problems whatsoever until we hit agriculture. They're quite clear. We notice these malformations, in different parts of the skeletal structure. So it's quite clear if you've got one, you should have the other. It's the same thing. Like if you've got sarcopenia, you're going to have osteoporosis, because collagen, bone is mineralized collagen. So you need protein for bone, you need protein for muscles. So if you're deficient, and you need certain minerals for both as well. So if you're deficient in micros or macros, in terms of protein and micronutrients, you're going to have problems in both. And if we don't see it in bones, we know they definitely didn't have it in the muscular part as well. So that would be quite clear. So that's all we've got to go on. Now, there are variations of the amount of seafood some populations ate, but even while some populations may have consumed slightly more seafood, the absolute majority from all the skeletal remains we have up to this date of Paleolithic and earlier people, up to the Neolithic periods, is pretty much the N15 is quite high, and the Delta 13 is quite high, which is quite clear it's coming from ruminant animal sources, the majority of the food intake. So it's a slam dunk. It's baked into the bones. It's not something to even discuss, or even it's not something to debate. When you've got the bones staring you back and saying, these are the isotopes, this is what they say, it's pretty much slam dunk. And now we've got the additional information of the zinc content of teeth enamel. That's an additional thing that people now are using to basically research some of these skeletal remains, and they are finding extremely high levels of zinc, which pretty much completes this circle, the three elements: the Delta 13, the carbon footprint, the nitrogen 15, the nitrogen footprint, the zinc content, the zinc footprint. It's pretty much a slam dunk. It's indisputable. That people are still debating what our ancestors ate is just because they can't accept that information, or they ignore it. And they will come up with all sorts of spurious. Oh, we found these little coprophiles from people eating fiber. Really? Yeah, starvation food. We know they did, but it was not much in their diet. And fiber basically lasts and can actually be, preserved much better than animal flesh. It's just simple as that. And animal flesh gets all mostly absorbed. When fiber doesn't, it gets pooped out. So, what's the point? Nobody's making a point there. It's just nonsense arguments, these people, because they don't have arguments that are basically based on robust evidence. So they have to come up with all these spurious. When you hear somebody coming up with spurious arguments and grabbing at straws, you know immediately that they don't have an argument. Because if you have to go to the esoteric or the outlier, that tells you that you've got no argument, because the majority are not out. There's very few, if any, outliers. What is your take on this? How do you argue with people that are?
I mean, like you said, it's the data is in the bones. The only thing I'd really have queries about in regards to this question is how far back in our bones can we look, and when do we make the biggest jumps in human evolution, and was that because of the ruminant animals, or was it from fish? Is there some bio-individuality? Is it that my ancestors had better leaps and bounds versus other people? I don't know. I mean, we know what we've done up to in a span of time, but before that, what happened before then, sort of thing?
Well, the argument is that we know that when we look at Homo erectus, spanning through, we're found in certain places around the planet, as we've found, bison, which are very old. We've also found Homo erectus very old as well. Depending on some parts of the planet, things get preserved much easier, and the collagen structures are still viable enough to basically be able to extract information from them much easier than others. So that's an issue as well, but it's not an insurmountable issue. At least then you can just say for those bones, well, we can the two they've been affected by the environment to such a level it's much harder to ascertain. We just ignore them. It's not as if we have to, since they're inconclusive. But the majority that we've got, specimens, the overwhelming majority are around the research labs, are quite definitive on this. So, and even earlier forms of humans, the primary source was against ruminants with some coastal and river fish. So the picture is consistent.
I guess to really
there is some arguments
make a I guess to really make a difference, or like an argument either way, is you'd have to determine, is there a deficiency or not, and has people's health declined as a result of it? So do I have a deficiency in fish intake? Well,
yeah,
probably not. I'm doing all right. So
my throat's dried somewhere. This room is warms up a bit and dries out, so with the heating coming through. I think that's where in the other part where I'm at, it's more open and it's got better ventilation. So it's nice and warm, but it dries my throat out if I'm chatting for too long, which is annoying.
You've been on it a while, haven't you?
Things like that. Yeah. I mean, What's that?
You've been live for quite a while, the last 12 hours or so.
Oh, yeah, I've been talking for quite a few hours. Yeah, when you talk quite a lot of hours, yeah, it's not a normal thing that humans do. It's just. But that's my sort of take on that for Joey. Yeah, that's the only way you can actually argue that whole point. Thanks, Jana. Yeah, he's doing much better, which is great. Yeah, I'm shocked myself. I thought I was going to be burying a dad when the ambos called me. Yeah, I'm quite shocked, and I think my sisters are quite shocked, and most of his friends are quite shocked and say, well, somebody was looking over you. Yeah, maybe it was a miracle. I don't know. But he came out unscathed, just bruised, battered, just feeling a bit uncomfortable for quite some time. Yeah. Look, I don't think we actually need to supplement tryptophan. I don't think we need to supplement any of that sort of stuff. If you're eating enough meat, you should be getting enough tryptophan. There's plenty of it in it. What's your take? What's experience?
I've used this in the past. I didn't notice any effect. I have tried GABA and things like this before, like the amino acid powder, but 3 grams before bed. Some of these things actually keep me up at night, which is a bit strange. On the odd occasion, sometimes they keep me up, which doesn't make sense.
That, yeah. Yeah, there's a thing where too much GABA can be a bit of a problem, and that's why I don't encourage people to supplement GABA. I usually encourage people to supplement taurine, because taurine regulates GABA, but it actually, if there's too much, it'll actually bring it down. If there's too little, it'll actually bring it up. So it actually tries to regulate it in the right homeostatic level. So it's probably a better thing to regulate GABA, because I sometimes say that taurine raises GABA, but really what I should be saying, and I occasionally do say, correct to myself, to say that what it's doing, it's regulating GABA in the right homeostatic. It's one of those master regulators, which I've said countless times. It's really not pushing things too far or too low. It's an ancient molecule. This sort of sulfonic acid goes all the way. You go down into the deep vents, into the oceans, where early life is said to have emerged, and you actually see from the way the vents are structured, it's like an inorganic Krebs cycle. It's quite shocking when you look at it and you go, that's actually mimicking the way it's operating like an inorganic Krebs cycle. Does that mean matter or life actually mimicked that approach? It's quite eerie in that regard when you actually have those thoughts. So, yeah. But if we look at the top foods, that site again, my food data, and we look at, like, I got a tryptophan, which is the top amino acid in that list. And I'll just drop that into the chat. You can actually see, like, just 100 grams of chicken. Just 100 grams of chicken. We're talking about, I'll actually put on the screen for a sec.
Yeah, it's less than a chicken breast. Not a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, so... So when we look at this, it's just sort of scary how much you get. So they're going to pop. What is it doing? Yep. So if you look at lean chicken and turkey, and you look at here the chicken breast, just 100, which is 3.53 ounces, you're looking at 144% of your sort of requirement for tryptophan. And, you know, I mean, beef's not too far away, 134%. Pork is 132, just slightly below. Salmon, 120. Milk, so if you were to have, how much milk would you need to get the right amount? Because people say, you know, I have milk in the evening and it helps me sleep better. And they think it's a tryptophan. Have a steak then. If you want more tryptophan. So to get,
I think it's the magnesium in milk.
100, you want like 15.
I think it's the magnesium in milk.
Yeah, it's more of the other stuff in there. So what are we looking at? 100. And divide that by about 16. You'd have to have basically nearly 1.5 pounds of milk, or pretty much nearly 2/3 of a litre of milk to get the daily amount. So it's not the best source milk. So it's not the tryptophan doing it, guys. And the animal foods are way superior, chicken being the highest, but still even the others. I mean, you know, 144, but here you're going 134, 44, the other one, and then the top one, 132. So, and then you've got, and even bacon isn't too bad with 3 slices, getting about 52%, 6 slices, getting 100%. Hamburger patties, so a 3 ounce, so 6 ounce hamburger, you know, probably a 7 ounce hamburger patty will give you pretty much all you want. So you can actually see pretty much like a single chicken leg drumstick, nearly 100%, 94%. So on a carnivore diet, you know, we get absolutely a horrendous amount of tryptophan compared to any other diet. And obviously tryptophan can also be used for NAD. And that's what happens with a lot of people, is they may not be getting enough, niacin. And if they're not getting enough niacin, then they're using the tryptophan pathway to produce NAD. So for energy production. And that's where you could say, I need more NAD. But the carnivore diet gives you shitloads of extra compared to any standard diet or any other diet. So I can't see why you would actually bother supplementing 1 or 2. You're getting way in excess. And I mean, how much does Sean Baker consume meat? Do you know? I can't remember.
It's
exactly.
about
It's
3 pounds of steak a day.
Pounds? 3
about
pounds.
3 pounds of steak a day, and sometimes he'll have salmon and eggs if he's like out and about with family for a meal or something.
So let's just talk about the so oops 3333. So about 1.36 kilos of meat So if we divide that by 100, oops, 1,000, 100 Harry, 13.6 times 134. So you're getting about 1,822% at that level. You know, I mean, it's and even some people that may be consuming, let's say, 250, 2.5 times 134, they're still getting about 335% of times 374. That's about nearly a gram just from having 250 grams. And sometimes I may have, you know, a 500-gram steak and double that, which means I'm nearly getting 1.8 plus 1.86 or 1.87, nearly 2 grams just from the big steak. So I don't think we have any requirements to supplement tryptophan, personally, and the animal foods are much higher in niacin as well. So we're getting plenty of niacin compared. The highest sources of niacin are animal foods; they're not plants. So if you're getting additional niacin to support energy production, you know, you've got plenty of spare tryptophan as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's going to be an issue in my book. I think we waste too much money on too many of these things in that regard. I want to work up to eating every 33 hours, then 39, and repeat this cycle. You know, Monday eat at 7 a.m., Tuesday fast, Wednesday eat at 4 p.m. Do you think here there could be a problem? What do you think? Because he's doing some, I suspect, training with this as well.
Okay. I think your body will get used to it. I don't personally see the point for tracking and measuring fast durations. Like Sophie wanted to fast recently. I said, well, just don't eat on Tuesday. Don't worry about. Then when you are hungry on the Wednesday, eat at that time on Wednesday when your body's telling you to eat it. But if it's not feasible, I don't see an issue with doing a deliberate fast on that sort of cyclical fashion. Providing you're fat adapted and, you know, drink enough water, have enough salt in your diet, and it's a carnivore diet.
Yeah. Dad does something similar to Sophie. He does Mondays off completely. Doesn't eat any, just has coffee. That's pretty much it. So he fasts for the whole day. And so you end up doing slightly more than 24 hours anyway by doing that. And so having black coffee is not an issue. Sometimes he just doesn't even bother having coffee. It's only when his friend turns up. If he turns up, then he'll have coffee. If he doesn't turn up, he won't.
Yeah.
So just to be sociable, so to speak. Yeah. Otherwise, he has his little lemon juice in the morning with some salt in it. And then he may have a bit of water later on, but that's, pretty much, he seems to manage his water intake. I've sort of encouraged him to sort of not overhydrate with water and sort of encourage the upregulation of antidiuretic hormones, and it seems to be working for him. And that avoids any cramping, leg cramps, or anything like that, which is really important. Oh, Babs is here. How are you, mate? Just noticed you. Good to have you here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, we'll move down until we find another queue, I think we've covered that quite profusely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the study you're talking about. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. and see the design, because now, you know, you have to go through and actually look at the design. Sometimes I get Llama or a couple of others who come on the Zoom, they'll bring a study and I'll look at it and I'll rip through it and I go, if you notice there's a problem here, here, and here, that's why it doesn't make sense. So all their data is wrong or something like that, or they haven't measured something properly, they've just assumed. And I go, that's just assuming. That's not actually measured. It wasn't properly measured. So there's a lot of problems like that. A lot of, you know, it's questionnaire based observations. Oh yeah, really? How fast do you move? Oh yeah, heard that before. Yes. And Dave's here as well, mate. And I've already covered Alex's thing earlier, so that was covered. And we'll go down to tech, health tech. It's not going to come up. Organ meat's more or less likely to have parasites. I eat good quality pig organs, even if I have parasites. Cooking it to safe temperatures completely removes any threat of infections, right? Yep, pretty much. So it's a non-issue. Once you cook it, it's usually, if you eat it raw, could be an issue depending on if there are parasites in it or not. I've got a video, Tom. Just check it. Google my name, Mercury, and you'll see a nice little video. How to chelate mercury out of the body from amalgam fillings. You've got to have a good functioning gallbladder. If your gallbladder isn't, because a lot of these things have to be excreted out with bile. So after they detox, they have to go through the bile and then be avoided to not reabsorb back again. Calcium D glutarate or something like that it's called, whatever, that prevents it from reabsorbing. Some bacteria can have negative effects and affect reabsorption. That will be in that video as well. So anyway, Johnny Wong, how are you, mate? I'm Chinese, and I'm sure my ancestors ate mostly pork, eggs, and chicken. Pretty much, I would agree with that. Quite a lot of pork, and also some fish as well. Chinese are well known. Unfortunately, in some regions of China, there is aflatoxin in the water, and people that eat fish in those areas tend to have higher levels of certain cancers due to the aflatoxin, not the fish. Something that, you know, when they did the China study, it was in the data, but very much T. Colin Campbell actually said the absolute opposite. If anybody's ever seen the China study, I've actually done a video where some young lady actually pulls it apart and actually shows how bullshit it is. And I did once see a video of some guy that went through the data. I can't remember the link now. It's a long time ago. And it's a blue book. It's a thick blue book. And it's actually got all the data points that they collected. Because the China study isn't actually the study. It's actually his opinion on the study. It's an opinion piece, a book.
Yeah.
You know, so the actual China study itself has got a long title about, you know, the food, blah, blah, studies of this, so many regions of China, blah, blah, blah. It's got some long, you know, typical boring title that academics come up with. And then they actually collect a whole lot of data points. And actually, when you look through the data and you take into consideration the aflatoxin and things like that, you get the complete opposite effect. Yep, it's in my videos. So if you, I think it may be in the Blue Zone playlist. I may have attached it to that. So yeah, that goes into some of the details. It's just, yeah, Deacon Campbell is very much, let's say, selective with the truth and knows how to manipulate things and represent them differently than what his own data that they collected showed. Talk about a 180-degree turn because he wanted to become popular, because that was the new trend. Like a lot of other people now, like McCullough, jumping off on the other bandwagon about, cortisol. And I've just done a video on it showing that the more protein you eat, like in a carnivore diet, it eliminates the problem altogether. And so does taurine, which is in a carnivore diet. So it's only the therapeutic low carb diets, and usually the ones that are plant-based low carb diets, that actually tend to have higher cortisol levels, because there's not enough of the stuff that is required to keep cortisol under control. And even then, it's not really problematic, because these people have still got lower inflammatory markers. It's just basically to be able to force the body to produce more sugar through gluconeogenesis. That's all it is, because you don't have enough. You're under eating. That's where that stress hormone is coming from, the under eating, because that's what happened on these therapeutic ketogenic diets, which some people do or promote. I don't, but some do. Enough to drive you mad. What are the cofactors of NAC? I heard there is a connection with vitamin D absorption. Yeah, sort of. There's a relationship. I can't remember the exact mechanism. Can you?
No.
At the end of the day, cysteine is cysteine. The way I see it, you eat meat, you'll get cysteine. You get methionine. Methionine can produce some cysteine. Both can actually produce taurine. My sort of view is you get more than enough of these aminos. So WP is my sort of attitude. Do you really need to worry about NAC? And the body will produce whatever it wants to produce based on the genetics, transcription. Say, yep, we need this, produce it. As long as the material's there, it'll do it. Look, when it comes to proteins like calcium and stuff like that, vitamin D, some of the fat-soluble vitamins do play roles. Even when it comes to bone mineralization, vitamin D plays an important role. And so if you don't have enough vitamin D, it is a cofactor in some of these, on what I call the collagen degrading or the collagen-related enzymes. They're not all. And so if to turn over bone, you need vitamin D. Not only to absorb the calcium most people are focused on, but also to regulate some of these enzymes. It's a cofactor that plays a role in, so, and a lot of these amino acids also are very much playing an important building block to that tissue type. So, so there's a relationship with all of those things, but to explain that require a video to go through the biochemistry pathways and enzymatic pathways that are all involved in the steps and cofactors and stuff like that. You can look it up. It's, is pasteurized kefir still good? They're selling pasteurized kefir?
They do.
I have heard that it is dead. They do? Well, what's the point?
I don't know. I think it's a bit bizarre.
Oh, no. Unless, what they may do, somebody told me that they will pasteurize the milk, because it's a milk kefir, and then they will like actually put the kefir in there, the granules, and those granules have certain lactobacillus type bacteria, and those things will grow in thereafter. So it's only the milk is pasteurized, and that's why they call it pasteurized kefir. That's what I've been told. So it's not completely dead, because the kefir's still going to use the sugars, and the bacteria that come with the kefir grains are going to basically produce, more of themselves in that regard. What you do lose is some of the bacterial strains that are in the milk, the raw milk. That's the difference. So
yeah, now I think about it, the one that I've been buying is pasteurized. When I initially open the bottle, it comes out smooth. If I open it and leave it in the fridge for like 2-3 days, it'll come out a bit clumpy, but it won't be moldy, but it'll be, you can tell there's been some fermentation. So perhaps it does work, so to speak, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, look, there would be some fermentation as a consequence of. I forgot to plug in. I just noticed I hadn't plugged it in, so I don't know whether we're getting some feedback. Sorry, apologies if we were. Nobody was complaining, so it seems not to be a problem.
No. Yeah, audio is good apparently.
And there's asking for a friend, what can be done about bowel palsy's disease causing nerve lesions, if anything? 2 things, actually: taurine and choline. A lot of these neurological things, and phosphatidylserine. Now, some of the neurological diseases, phosphatidylserine can actually turn off or downregulate some of the genes pathways. It's a bit of a miss and hit. I'm not promising anything when it comes to phosphatidylserine. Phosphatidylserine can actually have an effect, but not. And there is a bit of a bell curve. What the Israeli scientists found is some of the neurological diseases that Ashkenazi Jews have, they can completely turn them off, and some they can downregulate them. So it's still better than nothing, So it can have a benefit, phosphatidylserine. The other one is choline, definitely, and phosphatidylcholine as well, in that form. Taurine, definitely, because it can actually produce new brain cells, new stem cells in the brain. So while it doesn't do it in peripheral tissue, use sorrel for that. But if you want to actually produce in the actual brain, taurine's the main game there. It's the reason why the child gets flooded from the mother, plus in the mother's milk with taurine, to grow a bigger brain. So the more the mother eats animal foods, the bigger the brain, the healthier the brain. And the smarter the child. So it's really important. So a lot of these nerve related and all that's obvious is, cholesterol rich foods like eggs are important, because as long as the child can tolerate them, because they're heavy in a lot of the phospholipids, which are really important for brain functioning and nerve functioning. Cholesterol also for the myelination and stuff like that. So all those sort of things I would combine in the child's diet. So probably for the child, probably 3 eggs max. In that regard, they're going to get more than enough choline and all the other stuff, so you wouldn't have to supplement, have more than enough. You don't have to supplement taurine. And when it comes to taurine, you are looking at, depending on what the age of the child, anywhere between a quarter, for a very young child, a quarter of a gram of taurine to probably about half a gram max. And then if the child is over 40, I think it's 40 kilos. I think you can actually go up to a full gram once it's over 40 kilos. It has to be over 40 kilos before you do that. Yeah, so that's the approach. And I agree. And riboflavin is also a really good thing, because they usually tend to have methylation issues as well, these children. And riboflavin fixes that. Thanks for reminding me, Alex, because that is a big thing that these kids have, is methylation issues as well. They're either under or over methylators, or have some derangements in the methylation pathways, those genes. So yeah, riboflavin does help. But usually if you eat enough meat, yeah, but sometimes it's probably people like that, some people may balk at feeding their kids more meat in this modern world that we live, which is weird, but anyway, it is true. You could probably sort of sell the idea, give them a riboflavin and give them a protein supplement. I'd rather go and buy powders. You can sell them on a powder rather than a steak. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The world we live in.
Funny word.
Yes, definitely. No, I think I covered that earlier. I've see, NAC is something the body produces at a certain amount and can have certain effects in the body. And I find that things in the body that the body likes to produce at a certain amount, by taking aminos and then actually building them up to a certain amount of transcripting to produce a certain quantity, I find that give the body the precursors and let the body decide the range and all that. So when it comes to NAC, like Bart, I don't recommend supplementation. And glycine, neither. You can get enough from the meat. Just eat meat. You get enough cysteine, you get enough glycine, you get enough all these things, just eating enough meat. Taurine is a different thing. We're using it as a biohack, and there seems to be, the tolerance can be very high, extremely high. Some people have tried it, and, they have to really get to very high levels before they start having sulfur issues. So it's not going to cause much problems for the majority of people, unless they've got a severe sulfur issue where they can't clear sulfur properly. And then I usually put them on choline to be able to deal with it, because they can't eat eggs. Many of these people, they just can't. They fart like mad, or have a bit like Bart. So you got to use choline to basically methylate away the excess sulfur to be able to consume more of it. Is what it is. Just yes. I told you, I feel for Ted. He suffers so much.
Every Saturday night he gets an earful, doesn't he?
Oh, pretty much. God. Absolutely abuse. Ted abuse. Or bear abuse. Bear abuse. God. Anyway, so where are we? Would potatoes be problematic on a carnivore diet? Yes. You'd be engaging the Randall cycle. Not a good thing. Very much contraindicated food. But if you're still transitioning, there are better transitional foods, carb foods to consume, which is like zucchini and things like that we discussed earlier, gherkins and things like that, which are less inflammatory, less problematic. It's a nightshade, and unless you're a South American Indian, you're probably going to have more problems dealing with the nightshades than they do. How to counter lightheadedness when fasting or calorie restricting. Taurine. You was going to say that, didn't you, Nathan? You must have guessed. You know, because usually it's coming from an electrolyte imbalance. Most of that lightheadedness. Anyway, would you advise more water for constipation? No, just fat. You're welcome, mate.
Very good.
What does Up Syndrome say? We're getting close to we're about 12 minutes out from pulling the plug. So, because I've got work tomorrow, it's going to be 10. So, I do need to get my beauty sleep as well. That's it.
Yeah.
Should one be worried about consuming bottled carbonated water? What's your opinion on that?
I'll say anecdotally, if I drink a lot of fizzy of anything, my stomach seems to curdle a bit. I'd much rather drink just plain Evian water or something like that. I mean, if you like it, it's not the worst thing to have, but your body has to deal with the carbonation itself, so it's going to, for a short period of time, dilute your stomach acid. So if you're having it close to a meal, it'll only dilute it, it'll only make it so it digests slower. So you can have it, it's not going to kill you, but it's not optimal.
Yeah, precisely. It's a carbon dioxide actually has a higher pH. It's alkalizing. So yeah, not a good idea, as Jonathan said. Not a good idea. So outside food, yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty much plain water as well, like Evian water and all that. Even though they've actually put the price up and they've reduced the amount now from 1.5 liters down to 1 liter. Can you believe that? Talk about inflation.
Yeah.
The price hasn't changed. They reduced it by a third. I'm pretty dark about it at the moment that they did that.
I think I'm buying about, I want to say 1.5 times 6. Oh god, maybe like 9 liters. Maybe 9 liters a week, and that's costing about £6. So it's quite a bit of money. I'm not sure how that translates to Aussie money, but it's not cheap.
Yeah, well, down here for I know down here for a litre we're paying now $4.20. It's ridiculous. I was getting around about $3 odd for a 1.5, and now it's pretty much up to $4.20 Aussie dollars for a litre. So it's increased in price and gone down in quantity by a third. So I'm a bit dark about the whole thing. Actually, there is a low deuterium water that's actually slightly lower at 130 something ppm, getting close to that of olive oil at the top, close to the top range of the normal. And I'm actually thinking about, if it's only $1 difference, I might as well shift to that completely and just go,
Yeah, it worked out as 1.1
about
Australian
$1 per litre.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're actually paying it, sort of 4 times that as a consequence down here in Tassie.
It's got to travel, hasn't it?
Which is
across
bloody
the globe.
Annoying. It's prohibitively expensive. And I'm just saying, well, should I just go and buy the deuterium depleted water, which is just slightly a bit more expensive, I can, but I don't want to, obviously I want to avoid the tap water, which is the fluoride part, you know what I mean? So that's, for my coffees and stuff like that. So I'm using I'm using, I've got my own, well, I've got toothpaste which doesn't have any fluoride in it, and I'm beyond just washing myself. I'm trying to avoid consuming sort of, occasionally, I'm at Dad's place, I'm going to have a coffee. His water is going to be basically tap water, in that case. So, but you can't escape things, but I'm trying to minimize the amount of intake of that sort of stuff. So it is a bit annoying, but what do you do? So I need to just look into see whether I can source some better option,
Yeah.
Damn annoying, all I can say. Are PUFAs inherently inflammatory, thus bad if we take in more than is evolutionarily appropriate, or is it only if they are oxidized? Should we avoid eggs high in PUFA? No. Remember that person who outlived his parents and was in relatively good health? In 88 years old, he consumed 25 eggs on average a day. So he was consuming massive amount of, eggs. So he didn't have a problem. And I've actually done a whole lot of videos covering the PUFA issue in animal foods. You can cook the damn things in the food matrix 3 hours and you will still only get trace amounts of oxidation, which the body can actually deal with very easily. Thank you very much. And in order to get really massive amounts above, even still below that of olive oil, so olive oil is more rancid than even cooking animal foods up to 30 plus hours. 32 hours, like pork, I've done videos on it. Real science people, where the things was very crispy after 32 hours, but still only had trace amounts. That's the food matrix in an animal food is completely different than other things.
Yeah. Yeah, Google Harry Serpanos, PUFA animal foods. There's a few good videos in that, I think. Or just Harry Serpanos PUFA.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I may have another. I think I've got a PUFA playlist as well, so you can actually look that up in the playlist, and it covers a lot of these subject matters and demystifies all the bullshit. So no, you don't have to worry about it. That now the thing is, when you're in a low carbohydrate state, what happens is your arachidonic acid levels go up, but that's because you're not using it. Because arachidonic acid is going to be used for immune response. So if it's just going up, it just means that you've got enough, and when the body needs it, it can actually pull that PUFA and use it to deal with inflammation. Sports injury, whatever. You need to inflame something to heal something. So inflammation isn't a bad thing. It's only when it's chronic, and that's due to poor diet, stress, and many other factors that have nothing to do with the PUFA itself. And if you don't have enough PUFA, you can't heal, because if you don't have enough arachidonic acid, actually sports people out there buy arachidonic acid supplements to heal, because sometimes they don't have enough to heal. People are completely confused about the physiology. Having PUFA, unless it's oxidized, is a problem. PUFA on it per se in the body as arachidonic acid used for the inflammatory pathways are not going to create the inflammation. They will be part of the components used to deal with the inflammation. That's a completely different way of viewing it.
Yeah.
So no, in that regard, and most animal foods don't have a massive amount anyway. But even if you were to consume slightly more from an animal-based system, not an issue. I've discussed this even with Bart on my live stream, and he's agreed with me, my position on this. It's quite clear. The thing that we actually are concerned about high PUFA content in the diet, and we make it quite clear, it's not about the animal PUFA, because even animal foods, if you look, even pork, It's only small amounts, a small percentage of the overall food of the pork fat, you know. So that's, it's just, and most people get upset about the profile. I've actually showed a study of, you know, grazing, free living grazing porks, little pigs that have got higher omega-6s than omega-3s compared to some that are grain-fed. So not always do you get, you know, there's a whole lot of factors that determine the fatty acid composition of the PUFA in a piglet, in a pork. So, I mean, it's just nonsense on all these different levels. And we're talking about real information, not just bullshit information that people talk about. So we need to look at studies and actually truly measured stuff on the amount quantity. So at the end of the day, PUFA is not an issue, as you know, as long as it's not damaged. And the damaged stuff is coming from the plant sources. And the plant matrix, you know, when you extract it out of plant matrix as an oil, just even as an extra virgin olive oil, it's going to be still problematic. It still can become rancid. It still can become oxidized. It still will have an increase in primary, secondary oxidative products and aldehydes. And even when you damn cook a pig, the flesh of a pig for 32 hours, I think it was in that study, even then, you still were getting lower oxidative products than even the so-called, you know, olive oils that are basically traditionally extracted without, you know, with the old cold press olive oil is still going to have more oxidative products due to being outside of food matrix. So there is something to be said about the way fatty acids, PUFAs and MUFAs are in food, animal foods. They're not the same. And MUFAs, you know, you have also got you know, the monounsaturated fats have also got one double bond. Omega-6s 2 and omega-3s 3. They're more vulnerable. But that's why the fish, because they undergo oxidative stress under a lot of pressure in the oceans, because they're actually fighting against the water pressure within, they need far more taurine to deal with that oxidative stress, and also astaxanthin, which can refresh those fatty acids. And the taurine can lower the actual oxidative stress. That's the reason why fish are so high in taurine. So, yeah, it just makes sense that those things have these protective effects and all that. So it's an animal-based diet that's always going to be superior to anything out there. And we don't have to worry. This is old, absolute fucking rancid nonsense from the old idiots within the paleo community that actually made up all this bullshit. And you only have to concern yourself conversion rates. Well, yeah, linoleic acid needs to be converted to the DHA and EPA. Well, and then it's alpha, you know, into arachidonic acid. The other, and the alpha linoleic acid ALA needs to be converted to DHA and EPA. Yeah, that's a competition of the plant source. If you're getting it from an animal source, you're not going to get it as ALA. You're going to get it as DHA and EPA. So you're going to leave the entire pathway of conversion for LA to be converted to arachidonic acid just from the animal foods, just for that pathway, the omega-6s. Not an issue. That's why your LA goes down on a carnivore diet and your arachidonic acid goes through the roof, which is less problematic. So again, species-appropriate diet will provide you with the right fatty acid composition within your cell, in your body, compared to a plant-based sort of food source of PUFA. So it's the source, not the type, that we need to keep in mind. Anyway, we are over 10 hours, so we are pulling the plug. This is it. Thanks for being here. Okay. Right But down on the bottom, there's Alex, and he's got his finger pointed out in that regard. And I think what he's saying, he's reminding us to give it a like. This live stream. Thanks, Alex. Yep, he's press the like button. Don't forget to do that. Otherwise, we'll send Ted over
cheers, guys,
to basically molest you severely. And you know how Ted loves to do that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I'm going live tomorrow night, guys. 7 p.m. UK time if anyone wants to hop on. So we've got a bit of a Q&A segment there, so it'll be about an hour to an hour and a half if anyone's interested.
That should be early in the morning, my time.
Yeah, you'll probably be asleep.
Early. Anyway, if I'm up, I'm up. I'll probably be asleep. Yep, I'll watch it in the morning because that's what I usually do. I just put it in the background. I usually put Bart, and then while I'm working, I just have it in the background just playing. So you guys get some viewership, and
I appreciate that. Yeah,
the ticks. I sometimes I do that sometimes just in the background. Yeah, and I keep it just running. I'll listen in and out because you're working. You can't listen. You don't have time. Right through to them, especially when you've got some interesting people sometimes on there, and I just want to hear what they have to say about some subject matter. So.
Well, I've got to listen to
quite interesting.
4 hours of you in a bit, Harry. I've got to listen to the last stream that you did last night, or this morning.
Oh, yeah. That's true. That's true.
Catch up 1.5 times speed, I think.
It was a bit of a long one, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant.
I think Necro Kitty does that as well. She puts it on at 2 or 2.5. And I actually, that's what I did, a little comedy video of me doing it fast. I did have to get it. At least I got a bit of a laugh about myself, so, as you do.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys,
I like that.
Thanks from both of us, me and Jonathan. See yous from me.
See you guys. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
Jonathan.